All right, all right, all right. Welcome back, guys. How are you tonight? It's a late night with the Dago. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're all doing great. Thank you for joining me on this Friday night. Please make sure to hit that like button when you come through that door and share this out. Let everybody know we're hanging out in here tonight, guys. I appreciate you all being here tonight. We're going to be talking about a little bit of everything or whatever you choose. It's your choice tonight, guys. A little bit of IDAHO4 and much more. If we get stuck, we get stuck. If we don't, then we don't. Whatever it is. It's a wide open discussion about everything on this Friday night, the second day of May 2025. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I appreciate you so very much. That being said, you know where we're going next. Here we go. Here we go. Thought she was going to get it twice. Sorry. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. Great to see you all again. Grab whatever you're drinking, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in here and have a conversation with little old me. Appreciate you all so very much. Hope you're having a great night tonight. I hope all you hard workers that work throughout the week, this is your last day and you get to enjoy your weekend off. And I'm grateful you're spending your Friday night with me. That's for sure. Much appreciated. Grab a seat, guys. Share it out. And please, please don't make me sing to you. Hit that like button, please, and thank you. See who we got in here so far. The lovely Miss Paula Fitzhenry. Welcome back. Such an honor to have you here. The Ultimate Wisdom Speaks. Wonderful to have you back. SRBBBB. Even joining us on her road trip. Heading out tonight on her vacation. Grateful to see you here, SRB. Dragonflies in the house. Great to see you. One Maiden Nut. All of our Eddie. I can't talk. I don't know what just happened to me, guys. Eddie, our good friend Eddie in the house. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know what else I just said, though. Thank you guys for understanding. A fish. Wait, how do you say this? I always tried to say this right. Official in the house. Good to see you. Mistress Crow, welcome back to you. The Seahawks fan, Miss Tandy in the house. Thank you to my blue crew and all you do. I appreciate you joining us tonight as well. Couldn't do this without you. In Stitches is in the house. Let's see. Who else? Alicia J. Hey. Good to see you. Suzanne Smith, welcome back to you. She said, let's go. Oh, we're singing now. Dago, daylight coming. Dago, don't want to go home. Come, Mr. Texas. You sang the whole song in here. Hey. We play that song in our Discord all the time, so don't feel bad. All right. Yes, Alicia, it will be open. Greg McNeely, my friend, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Lisa Wilson, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Doc, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Great to see all these meatballs jumping in the sauce with us. Welcome, all you beautiful people. I appreciate you so much. WB in the house. Good to see you tonight. Oh, by the way, For anybody that hasn't noticed, I have been drinking coffee all day long, folks. So I'm a little wired. And of course, last but not least, Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama's in the house. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And let me say your name. Fifth Shoal wants to jump into Discord if we can. I don't know. Brandy's moving tonight, so maybe Wisdom can help get that set up. Keep it real. What's happening? Keep it real. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. There, at least you got that set up. Stupid autocorrect. I am wired, Eddie. You ain't lying. The Borg is in the house. Good to see you tonight. I'm just in a good mood, and I'm wide awake. So yes. Short circuiting. Brr. Johnny 5 still alive. No disassemble, Dago 5. No disassemble. Green matcha chai tea latte. Wow, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I love vanilla chai. I think it is tea. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. No disassemble, Dago 5. Dago 5 still alive. Anybody know what movie that's from? Anybody? 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 Come on, come on, come on, come on. Hello? I should buy a boat. Just kidding, you guys. I'll probably, next thing you know, I'll be sleeping. No, I'm just kidding. Boiling water, got the matcha powder. Hey, hey. Oh, shoot. I love your avatar, bro. Or ma'am. I don't know if you're a male or female, but I love your avatar. That's awesome. Firefighter. Pumpkin Dawn. Been a minute. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Uh-oh. Michelle Passwork. Good to see you. Short Circuit. You are right. Misty Jane said the same thing. You're a man? Thank God, then. Sorry, bro. That's what I said first, so we're good. It's a man. I said men. Is something wrong with my microphone? Is it not sounding right? What's up? Let me know. Hold on. Let me check something then. Of course. There's always got to be something wrong. Never fails. Never fails. Let me see. Come on, y'all. What is going on with my mic? Let me see here real quick. Hold on. Hello. Hello? Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay, it sounds okay in here. Microphone check. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Check, baby. Check, baby. 1 2 3 4. Check. No, I'm not gonna sing. Sorry. Okay, it comes through okay for me. How about now? Is that better? Can you hear me now? It's good. Okay. All right. Cool. Sorry, guy. I might have turned away from it. This thing, I got to get this mic changed out. As soon as I get this other cord, I'll get it changed out. And the other one's a 360 mic, and I don't have to eat it to be on it. You know what I mean? And I don't know if, hold on a minute. I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not. Tell me what changes or what doesn't change. How about now? How do I sound now? Any better, any worse, any different at all? How about now? Any different, any better, any worse? Same. And how about now? Any different? Any better? Any worse? It's all the same. So this doesn't make a damn difference then. It's just me being like right up on it. Okay. Well, I'll be right up on it when I'm talking to you guys then. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just need to get that other microphone cord and change it. I sound louder. Is that better? Yeah, I sorry, Alicia. Can you see me? Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat if you will, please and thank you. Let's get this room filled up. Make sure to hit that like button. 34 people, 32 likes. We're catching up quick. Thank you, Pumpkin. And Stitches. It must have just been that I was turned over here talking and you can't hear me over here. I have to be right on the damn thing. You sound fine. Good. Okay. All right. Come on in, everybody. So, yes, we're more than likely going to be in an Idaho. You like my under the sea crown? It looks like I'm wearing. I just noticed. I have a shell crown under the sea. Stop touching buttons. I ain't touching nothing. It's a lot hotter under the water. Take it from me. It's okay. SRB. I just want to make sure you guys hear me good. Because that's always an issue when the audio is not good. So it's important. So you didn't start nothing. Under the sea. Let's see. La 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 la. Okay. Yeah, that's good too. Now the camera. Here, guys, let me put some makeup on for you. Let's see how this looks when I'm done. Ta-da! Look at that. There's a thing in the background for StreamYard that says, touch up your appearance. Look what it did to me. Ain't I pretty? I'm so pretty. It completely, I must be jacked up looking if it did that to me. That's crazy. Yeah, no. Sorry. There we go. Let's go with that. If we hear you any more closer, it's going to feel like you're whispering. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Oh, I know. I know, Alicia. That's the first thing I thought too. Fabulous. It's fabulous. What the hell? The Sea King. Yes. Ursula, the Sea Witch. Come on in, guys. 44 peeps, 32 likes. We're getting there. Smooth operator. It's fabulous. Oh my. Oh, yeah, guys. Too much coffee. And I'm probably going to have another cup too before we're done here tonight. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Huh? What's going on? Thank you, Alicia. Everybody having a great night tonight, I hope. Guys got some awesome plans for the weekend. All right, 34 likes, 45 people. Come on now. Let's catch it up. Mega match. As I always say, pretend like you like me for a couple hours. That's all you got to do. Just pretend. I'll accept it. Alicia's cooking dinner. What are you making, Miss Alicia? Okay, here we fishing and dragging in earbuds. Gotcha. What are you making tonight, Alicia? You're always cooking something. That's true. Sergeant Matt's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you tonight. Still not used to not having this beard thing. I've had that beard since last August. Just now shaved it off. It's such a weird feeling. It's definitely colder. You can feel it now. Now I got to get my face tanned up. Pork chops and fried taters, and oh god, that sounds awesome. Fried pork chops, I hope. So I'm gonna start a poll just because I can. Because I have this question myself. Um, I'm curious what all you guys think about this actually. So the question is, will the IDAHO4 trial go as they scheduled it? And the alternative answer at the bottom, it's either yes, no, or longer. I want to know what you think. Nice and cold. Poll, like a poll, like a voting poll, not polls, Tandy. That's what she said. Yeah, you guys are good tonight. I love it. 41 people's in the house and 34 likes. Come on, y'all. Share it out, please, and thank you. About to leave for Thailand. Hey. That sounds like a fun trip. Well, be careful, Stitches. Stay safe, please, and thank you. Let's answer that poll, folks. Will the IDAHO4 trial go as scheduled or will it run longer? I think that they'll be able to put it. I personally, my opinion is that it'll run maybe less than the time that they think. That's me. The maybe less than the time they have scheduled for it. I should say. That's what I was trying to say. So we'll see. Yeah, there's some people talking about trying to get HIPAA removed from this. I've seen that out there. I don't know. Summer Jade, welcome. Good to see you, Michelle Apple. Welcome back to you. It is great to see all these meatballs in the house tonight. Thank you for jumping in the sauce with us. We're definitely going to be spilling some sauce tonight. Great to see you all tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Today is Thursday. No, today's Friday. It just says that case needs to be thrown out. I'm surprised that some certain things haven't happened with it, to be honest with you. Yep, that's right. They tried to get Judge Gall thrown out. They even went to the Supreme Court on that, and they said, nope, ain't happening. They didn't even want to hear it, guys. That's crazy to me. So it ain't going to happen. Not with this one. I don't see it. One thing I'm going to say is Anne should have kept, she should have stayed where she was because I don't think Brian has any better chance in Boise than he had in Moscow. Truly, I don't. I don't think the dude stands a chance in the state of Idaho, to be honest with you. That's my opinion, but just saying. Oh. Will the Idaho 4 trial go as scheduled? And 40 of you said yes, 43 said no, and 30 said longer. Will AJ be disbarred? That's a good question, Pumpkin. That's an interesting question. I don't know. If they're able to prove something, of course I think she will. And I gotta wonder how that's gonna make Bill Thompson look too. That's just my curiosity. Are they gonna take that out on him if they take that out on her? I mean, they can't disbar him because it wasn't him that did it, but they can sure talk some shit about him and make him look bad. That's for sure. He has about as much luck as Richard Allen. Yeah, amen to that one. Amen to that one. What evidence did they have against him? Brian, supposedly a little bit of DNA on the inside snap of a K-bar knife sheath. That's it. Oh, Jesus, rapper. Come on, bro. You've been doing that for a year. Enough already. Enough already. At least come up with a new one, rapper. Official says longer. There's a lot of people that think it's going to go longer for sure. For sure. All right. Come on in, guys. We're going to get rolling here in just a minute. I'm just trying to give everybody a chance to pop in here that wants to pop in here. So just bear with us. We'll get started here in just a moment. All right. Let's see here. Miss Bonnie Bailey, my love. Wonderful to see you tonight. I hope you're feeling okay. I'm grateful to have you here. Norma, good to see you tonight as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Bonnie. Norma, it's wonderful to see you again. Pick makes me look like the Browns coach. Whoa. Okay, I'll take that. I'm a Browns fan. Let me see. Am I missing anybody? 47 amazing peeps in here. 40 and 35 likes. Like it up, guys. Like it up. Don't make me sick. Miss Wisdom speaks on you. She'll tell you how it is. 25 people said yes. 36 said no, and 39 said longer. Most everybody thinks it's going to go longer. Everybody I've spoken to about it and has brought it up, they do believe that as well. Official says they didn't test BK's DNA against CODIS. They tested it against a limited SNP that the built to fit their narrative. Why did they swat him? Why did they let him cross state lines? It considered active. It was a good point, Official. Do you all think the prosecution is letting Steve G run his mouth? Just keep people thinking guilty because they know? Well, I'll say this much. That's a good question, Norma. I don't know if it's because they're in the hole. I think it's because it just keeps that narrative rolling. So they're not going to say much to him, unless he gets out of hand with it. In my opinion, of course. That's purely in my opinion. In fact, I'm going to put something in here for tonight, just because that's typically where we are, when we do this conversation. Everything we talk about is purely alleged and based on pure speculative theory. other than the factual information. So remember that, folks. Thank you. So yeah, I think they're not going to say anything to him. One, because he's a parent. Okay. Um. Two, because it keeps the narrative running in the path it's supposed to. Now, if he gets out of hand and starts spitting things that he's probably not supposed to, then yeah, they might say something to him. Welcome, Pamela Smith. Wonderful to see you tonight. Pamela says, I thought that if a jury is presented with evidence and it can't be proven as factual in court, then they have to side with innocent. So hopefully that's how they reach their verdict. Okay, it's a good point, Pamela. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your comment. Appreciate that. Official says, I mean, he's being lied to, so he got tired of it, so it's purposely doing this. Maybe it's a tactic, who knows, or also a taint. It could be. It could be. A lot of people do believe, official, that it is to purposely taint the jury pool. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm not saying I believe that, but there's a lot of people out there I've seen them say this is tainting the jury, and in a sense, it could. They haven't done jury selection yet, but you're not going to tell me that especially lately, you're not going to tell me that everybody in the state of Idaho has not been following this. Come on. I mean, I'm sure there's a few handfuls of people that aren't, but not many, in my opinion. Just saying, not many. And I agree. I could very well taint the jury, in my opinion. I agree with that. It seems like everything Ann Taylor argues with the judge over, she can cross them on. And yeah, I can see that. Let me check something too for you guys real fast here that I didn't even think of until right now. I usually am on top of this, but not today. I've been all over the place today. So my apologies. Forget about it. It's fugazi. It's a fugazi. Nope. Only that one. We still only have that one new document dropped, and that is the notice of the hearing, sealed hearing, on the 5th, which 3 days, and then we'll see some kind of documents dropped from that. Based on that, I'm gonna guess. Okay. Delulu chat, where the F you at? Hit that. That's awesome. I like it. Michelle says, so glad trial date changed until August. Yeah, it's coming up, guys. It's coming right around the corner. It's going to be August before you know it, and we'll be there. So, and I'm praying to God that we get the truth, guys. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help us all, God. I'm praying that's what happens. Again, guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door. And please share this out and let everybody know what we're doing. Please and thank you. Let's see here. I haven't been in here late like this in a while. Pain's back. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonnie. God bless, hon. You're always in my prayers, and I'm always thinking about you every day. So I hope it helps. I do. I hope you get through the rough part. I know my mother went through it, and it's not easy. It's so hard. And you're tough. You're strong. I got faith, and you'll get through this. Okay, hon. Just push forward and know that we're all behind you, and we're all thinking about you on a regular. So we got your back, Bonnie. We love you. Pamela says it may not be tainting the actual jury, but it's persuading. Oh, yeah, it's definitely persuasive. I'll agree with that one for sure. Thank you, Miss Wisdom. If you guys want to jump in the sauce with us, please click on that link right there. And it'll bring you right on in, and you can jump in here with the rest of us. And if you got an iPhone and you struggle with it, that link right there works. And also, guys, if you go down to the bottom down there, there's a little circle, and there's a little square that's got a dollar sign in it. If you click that dollar sign and you allow for gifting, guess what? When somebody does donate, or gift memberships, you will receive one. You could receive one, I should say. I'm sorry. That's a fact, Jack. All right, let me see something here. Show. Lacey Pear. Welcome, Miss Lacey. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you. Already changed to August. Thought you can check back me. Yeah, no worries. I will. No worries. No worries, Michelle. I appreciate that. Let's see here. No worries. Oh, understood. Understood, Stitches. No, I probably an iPhone. I get it. Well, make sure you're if you can receive gifts by clicking that $. Anybody that wants to become a member, you just never know when it's going to drop, guys. Jacob Monster 999 always has great questions for me. Thank you for joining us. And it says, do you know if they have video proof of the officer finding the K-bar sheath? And even just that whole day, it says in the PCA, which is a joke to me, that supposedly he saw it later on in the day via, I think it was Officer Nunez's body cam. So if that's true, there should be a body cam video of it for sure, I would think. Yes, the trial is scheduled August 11th. Thank you, Miss Sherry. And I can't wait. That's right. And you don't have to strip for that gifted. That's right, official. Tell you what, guys, how about I throw a few out for you just to give back a little bit? There's 5 right there. Looks like Mississippi Mud Pie received one. Cyborg, Mama at the Beach. Chief received one. Sagittarius and Taxi Slut 61. Congratulations to you. Welcome back to the sauce, and welcome back to the sauce for some of you. 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's everybody. I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys being part of the community, and welcome to the sauce, guys. Expected to run through November, yeah. Some people believe that it's going to run through Thanksgiving, which I think is kind of wild, but it's possible. Yes, I've heard that too, that they're starting to subpoena. Yes, welcome all the new meatballs to the sauce. Great to have you guys here. I appreciate you so very much. Love this community and love that it's growing every day. We're at 10,220 some odd new people over the past month, guys. That's grown just in the past month. We were at 9,000. One of you mods, what was it, 9,978 a month ago, and here we are at 10,200 already. So that's awesome. Super excited to see that. See, Sheath was not seen, couldn't be seen. Expert said Maddie would have to be. See, that's my thought, Michelle, and I'm glad you said that because I've had issues with that for a long time. I really have. It bugs me. I don't see how they saw it. Okay, especially not from the door. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's okay, Michelle. A lot of us are. It's understood. We should be in some senses. I don't believe that they could see it either, guys. It bugs me because it was underneath her thigh. It was underneath the comforter. How did you see it from the doorway? On a body cam, of all things. There's another one I'm throwing out, guys. I'm making it even 6. Liz Gasperi Nutrition received a gift. So congratulations, Liz, and welcome to the sauce with the rest of us. So yeah, that's a great statement, Michelle, and a great I just always wondered that. I always wondered if it was underneath her thigh and then underneath the blanket on top of that. How did you see it from that doorway with all of that other mess going on? How did you see that? You know what I mean? Without being moved. I'm just wondering. Sweet and salty, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Payne wasn't in uniform body cam. That's a good point because Payne and Fry came from in another one. I can't remember who. They were on a camp or a hunting trip. They came there, which is what took them so long to get there. They come straight from the hunting trip to the scene. Okay. So yeah, if they weren't in uniform, did they have on their body cams? Did they put on their body cams? I don't know. But Nunez had it on. Gilbertson, I believe, or not. Officer Smith, Officer Nunez, and Gunderson. Sorry, they had theirs on, from my understanding. Great to see you tonight, sweet and salty. Thank you for joining us. Yes, expert said today will be brought up. Good, 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 good. Now, I was going to show you guys here something I wanted to review. CJ, welcome from down under. We got another Aussie in the house. Great to see you. Appreciate you very much for joining us. Let me see. Hold on a minute here. Oh, that's what we were gonna. I was gonna review that with you guys. Two things actually I wanted to review with you guys. And I'm gonna open the panel. Give me a minute here. Hang on a minute. To discuss this once we get moving. Anna Rodriguez, welcome. Good to see you tonight. It's weird that a gift card used in Amazon could be purchased and then given to someone else to buy. You know what? That's bingo. Great point. Great point. Great point. Thank you, Miss Anna. I agree. That's strange to me. And it seems weird as how it was done, too. Between 2 days today, so much has changed. I can agree with that. Definitely. All right, guys. There's a link pinned there for anybody that wants to join me up here. And let me bring this thing up here real quick here. Hang on. Let's see here. Another thing that bothers me too is it's been talked about more than a year ago, I think it was now, or maybe even two, that I was just thinking about the way things went down. Okay, and I remember seeing something where it stated that Xana was the last person to be killed. And I hate to say it like that, but she was the last one to lose her life. And I just wondered why it went in succession that way, what the order was. So this is just another thought I've been dealing with in my mind. What's up, Eddie? Good to see you tonight, brother.
I'll join you tonight. What the heck?
I appreciate you, buddy. Always a pleasure to have you up here. How you doing today?
Not too bad. It's chilly. I think this is one of the last chilly evenings in the next extended outlook forecast, at least.
Yeah, it was warm today outside, but as the sun went down, it cooled off pretty quick here too. So
I've had it with the cold weather.
I'm right there with you, bro. I'm done with it too. 100%. Absolutely. The Canadian Cat Lady, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. I'm happy to see you as well, dear. Appreciate you.
So I pulled up a document to discuss a little bit about the location of the sheath.
Okay. Which one are we on?
Well, it's the defense motion in limine number 6. It was filed February 24th. If you want to pull it up, that's fine, or I can just read it now.
Yeah, you can read it. I'll pull it up so they can see it while you're reading it.
So
I have them in front of me anyway. Which one is it again, buddy?
It is February 24th. It was filed. It is called Motion in Limine number 6.
Okay, hold on. There's a bunch of these ones. Let me get down here.
Luckily, the defense was thoughtful and they actually numerated them,
Mm-hmm.
so it's easy to identify.
All right, give it to me. Give it to me. Where's it at? Oh, I see what I have to. I'm doing that whole Control F thing, and I did it wrong. Sorry. Oh wow, there it is. Is it the Ryland Nolan one?
Yes.
Defense. Okay, here we go. Oh wow, that Control F thing is so cool, especially with all these documents. Tell you what, it helps out a lot. All right, here we are. Mountain Man, welcome, brother. Good to see you tonight. Adrian, welcome to you. Anybody else joining us? Wonderful to have you here tonight with us. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button when you come through the door and share it out if you will. All right, sir. Here we are.
So it's easy to find. It's at the very bottom of page 2. It is actually footnote number 2.
Right there. Yep. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs. Oh, wow. Interesting. Look at this. This is new to me. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. Why is that the first time I've seen or heard that, Eddie?
Well, there's been so many documents, it's easy to overlook, especially in footnotes.
Guys, now that's just one more piece of trash information that they clearly state in the PCA. And that's the first time I've seen or heard that. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location.
It also goes on to read the body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Miss Mogan.
Okay. Let me read that last part of what he just said again. Tucked under the covers next to Miss Mogan. It shows the sheath tucked under the covers of. I mean, that's a contradictory statement, folks. In my opinion, am I wrong?
No, you're right.
I mean, it shows the sheath tucked under the covers. So what? Did the sheath pop out and go, "Hey, here I am, peekaboo"? What?
Isn't that fascinating?
That's amazing. Amazing. Those two statements together. I'm going to read the whole thing one more time together. The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. The body cam footage of one of the first officers, I believe is Officer Nunez, on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Ms. Mogan. That's absolutely not possible. Wow. Great catch, Eddie. Oh my God, you guys. Evening, Wade. Norma, that says that's what I'm saying. Not halfway under, slightly under, tucked under. Exactly. Gen 7, welcome, dear, says there was blood on the sheath. Yes, at the board. Oh, okay, you're answering the board. Norma says, well, we knew he was lying about the last court hearing because Twiz and AR and his wife were there and they didn't mention seeing any of the other families, right? No, I get it, Michelle. I get it. It's just one more thing to add to this massive list of lies and bullshit that we've been told. And Eddie's been calling this. I'm just using Eddie because I'm sorry, bro, because you're sitting right here with me. But he's been calling these things and saying this for 2.5 years, you guys, without fail. Okay. And as much as we've questioned them, very patiently, he sits and waits until it's all exposed. It's amazing. Yeah, I can read it again one more time for you. Let me know if you guys can't hear me, okay? The exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. The body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Ms. Mogan. That means it was placed. I mean, in essence, Adrian, I can't argue with you. Not even that because of this. Ann Taylor herself claimed that it was placed. And I've had so many. I don't even know what to say. I don't. Can you explain? What's the matter, bud? What are you lost on, Mountain Man? Oh, this other question here. I'm sorry. That is confusing to me. If DM saw supposedly BK, then ran to Bethany's room, how did they know that he exited through the back door? Well, based on the timeline, okay, I guess we have to go with the timeline as to when she saw him, supposedly, and then when she ran to Bethany's room. Supposedly, that's how that's supposed to play out, Jacob. But that is a good question. I get what you're saying.
We can address that in a little bit. I'm going to cover that.
Sounds like a plan to me.
And by the way, thank you. Yeah, it's been probably close to 2.5 years, maybe a little bit closer to 2, but certainly it's been hard to stand alone all that time.
And you have in a lot of ways, bud. And I've always supported you either way. But you have, and I'm glad that we're taking up spaces. A lot more people are taking up spaces next to you. You deserve that. I got to tell you that much. So,
talking about standing alone, that's kind of what the effect of the jury is going to have. The entire, like you said, he couldn't get a fair trial in that entire state.
No, I don't believe
pressure for the jury to, quote unquote, get it right, aka convict.
Right.
Is going to be so incredible that they're going to feel that pressure, and it's going to be conveyed to them in many different ways, but they will certainly know the message being sent. And all of this propaganda is building it, and it'll heighten into a crescendo, and the jury will stand alone if they dare say not guilty.
Agreed. Yes, sir. And I have a feeling that Eddie's right, guys. And I hate to say this, but I almost feel, and I'm just going to put it in layman's terms as to what I'm thinking, is that the jury, in essence, may find him guilty out of fear of reaction from the public.
Yes, well said.
Okay. Because from all, like you said, the propaganda train has railed through the whole the world, folks. We see people coming in here to talk about this from how many other countries that we've seen. So it's everywhere. Okay. So we're in one little state in the United States here that this is all going to go on in. And most of that area, in my opinion, from what I've seen, is full of guilters. These people that are on the jury are going to be seen for 6 to 8 weeks, whatever it is, every day. And out of, like I said, fear of consequence, fear of reaction, I have a bad feeling that they're going to find him guilty just based on that. And I know that we look at a jury and hope that they don't make those types of decisions. But think about that. As a juror on this case, I would never want to be that person, because there's going to be pressure from both ends of that, folks, whether we find him guilty or not guilty. Think about the attacks that will come at that person, those people. Now, granted, people don't have their addresses. They don't have this, they don't have that, but they still live in this area per se, in some senses. And they're going to be found, seen in public, maybe here, there, wherever. And that would be something that people could worry about, So I would never want to be a juror on this case ever. Just saying. And a lot of people believe the same thing, Stitches, that BK is going to be found guilty no matter what Ann puts out there. I'm really not far off from that with you either. I said that before, and I think Eddie said the same thing and agreed that I feel that he's going to be found guilty, and then we're going to have to wait and see and pray that the appeal process works for him. And I have doubts on that too. I do. Again, this is my opinion.
If I could, I want to challenge everyone's way of thinking for a bit.
Do that, Eddie. I have to run in here real quick, and I'll be right back. I can still hear from the other room, but I'll be listening.
Okay. So I believe that it's almost universally accepted that the reason why they did what they did, and they being law enforcement or the state, if you will, was to rush to an arrest, so to speak, because of the college is like the financial heartbeat of the town. That is one way of saying it. I've heard other ways of saying it, but that pretty much summarizes what many people have said and what you all have probably heard. So to that theory, I'm challenging that because that is a misconception. Furthermore, it is pretty much harmful to think that and to say that at this point, and I want to explain why. And this is going to require some critical thinking on your part as well. So be prepared to give this some thought and work this through in your own mind. But in order for one to believe that, you may have to believe that Brian may have been responsible for this crime, and their opinion is that someone leaving the here, let me back up. You may have to believe that the sheath is a genuine component found by law enforcement in the crime scene. Dago, I'm gonna kind of recap what we're talking about here. Is a misconception that we've all kind of heard and more than likely believe ourselves, and we've heard it repeated many times. And you know how if you tell a lie often enough, it becomes the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
all the time.
They did this because the college is, the money for the town. It generates income for everybody, and without it, the town would be lost. And if the students didn't come back in the winter semester, then that would have been devastating. So they had to rush to get this arrest, right? Is that kind of summarizing?
That's kind of my feeling and opinion on this. Yes, I agree.
And it's almost pretty much universally believed. Most people would probably go along with that. And I'm saying that that's harmful to believe that at this point. In order for one to believe that, they may have to believe that he may be the one responsible for this, and their opinion is that of someone being on the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if you're thinking that he might be, he may or may not be, I'm kind of on the fence.
Right.
Then someone with that opinion there, therefore, would have to believe that the sheath is a genuine component found by law enforcement in that crime scene, that it was his transferred DNA on the brass enclosure portion of the snap.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, let's pause and ask ourselves, is that your opinion? It doesn't mean that that has to be your opinion. Like, you can answer no to that. So if you
Right.
said, no, that's not my opinion, I don't think that sheath was genuinely there. I think it was planted. So, okay. Then let's move forward and explore the other possible options that are left open to you. It could be that you believe that they're preserving the economy by framing him. And within that mindset, there are two ways of thinking. The first is that they don't know who has done the crime and are framing an individual.
Mm-hmm.
We can almost go ahead and dispel that, because when you consider the fallout there would be if someone were to learn who the perpetrators were who did the crime and made that information public. I mean, just think of the fallout of that.
Of course.
You'd know that there would be no way they would allow for such devastating possibility as that. It would be the scandal of a lifetime heard around the world.
Right.
So finally, we come to your other option. They're framing someone and they know who the perpetrators are. So for this theory to make sense, the state were the initial ones in possession of the evidence. They had all the facts.
Right.
They had their hands on the evidence and the facts from the beginning. They were able to sort through all of the discoverable items and eliminate everything showing evidence of the real perpetrators prior to turning it over as discovery to the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Video evidence of their vehicles, the blood evidence that we know about, and who knows what other, physical evidence inside the house that we're clueless of right now, because it's gone. It's all been eliminated. Notice that the witness statements that don't make any sense to us, as they were coerced into making those statements. And that's, of course, from the necessity that the crime scene did not occur as the state is claiming that it did.
Right.
In other words, that means DM is not actually lying, because it's the state who is the ones who are lying for her.
I see what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Also, consider the planted sheath, the PCA gibberish, AKA lies. So you see that it all lines up with that last theory, is he's being framed and they do know who the perpetrators are. They all fall into place.
Yeah, and that's in my opinion, that's kind of where I'm at with. We go with this. That's the choice that I'm going to go with, in my opinion. And that's the whole reason why they have to do this, because they do know who they are, and that's the reason for it, in my opinion, if that's what it is.
I'll try to draw this all into a final thought so it makes sense. So what I'm saying makes sense to you. Hopefully now you can also see that the reason could definitively not be due to the notable purpose. Their reason is this noble rushing to solve this crime and to save the town's economy, as a favor for everybody. No, that is not what this can possibly be. It would have to be that the true reason is to hide the motive. Let me say that again. It cannot be for saving the town's economy at this point. The real reason is to hide the motive, as there is a real conspiracy here. Now, this has to be a lesson to us all that we're actual witnesses to an instance where we believe something without knowing exactly why we believe it.
Right, right.
So we've been hearing this, and we've heard it from many like credible sources. A lot of these sources are content creators, and they have a lot of clout. So it's easy to see why we believe it. You know, who would challenge something that some of these creators say? They're very credible. But we oftentimes do think about things without entirely thinking it through for ourselves.
Right, right.
So let me complete my thoughts on
Yeah,
this
yeah. Please.
misconception. So it's all about what degree are they prepared to go to ensure the frame is seen through to completion. Now, recall, we talked about if this is discovered, if the real perpetrators are discovered, then how devastating that would be, and all the questions that would be asked, and like who's next, so to speak, would be on the line. So
It would, yeah, it'd be a disaster, truly.
yeah, they would not allow even for that to be a possibility.
No, not at this point. No.
So that says that's pretty much our answer as to will there be a conviction? And even though there's no evidence against him except for this transfer DNA, there's still going to be during the trial, it's almost going to be like 12 to 15 weeks of like high-fiving and victories. Anne is going to destroy up there day after day. The defense is going to have just a heyday, and then the jury will go and deliberate. And when they come back, we're all going to be just shocked and with our jaws slack, sitting wide open.
Because they're going to come back with a guilty verdict.
Yeah.
I've sat, Eddie. It's funny you brought that up. I was talking to somebody about this. Sarge and I were talking about this at one point. Because he still believes in the fact that the jury's going to see it for what it is. He doesn't think that they'll let this go past. And I get it. I'd like to think that. But and if it does happen, I'll be shocked. I truly will. And what he's saying, guys, is that we're going to sit and watch the defense break her back. Okay. The whole defense is going to hammer this and do their job and just tear it up. And they're going to go back in the back to deliberate and come out with a guilty verdict, which will make no sense based on what we expect to see the defense do. And I've thought about that. That's what I was talking to him about. And I said, if that happens, if we truly see the defense tear this apart and destroy this, that's going to take everybody's going to turn their head sideways and go, what just happened? And that if everybody doesn't see that, even the guilters, okay, if they don't see it too, then there's a big problem in this world, folks.
It's going to be a roller coaster of emotion. We're going to be so high.
It's going to be a mess. Yeah.
And then suddenly so low and devastated.
Right. Right.
Now, I hope I'm wrong, of course. But
of course, no.
That you don't, and when I say you, I mean the state,
right?
The prosecution, all the players involved in this. You don't begin down this road unless you are prepared and able to see it through to the end, see it through to completion.
Right.
It's not a half-hearted effort. They have ways, and they're employing their ways, and we can see it. Let me summarize my thoughts with this. So what's the difference if I think, what's the difference if I think that, regardless of what you think, whether he is guilty or whether you're on the fence or whether you think he's being framed and they don't know who the real perpetrators are, or whether you think he's being framed and they do know who the real perpetrators are, What's the difference if I also, along with that, in tandem with that, think that they did it to save the financial prosperity of the town? Well, the difference, and this is kind of a deep thought, and again, it requires some critical thinking, but the difference is that it's that kind of has this aura about it of this noble. They're doing it for, they trying to do the right thing, give them credit. They wanted to, do the right thing for the town, so to speak. When in reality, again, it's because they're hiding the motive. They're hiding the fact that there's a conspiracy involved here. That's the difference. That is the harm in repeating that sentiment. That's almost, again, universally believed and repeated. It's almost repeated without putting any thought into it. Like it's just because it's like socially acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
You'll it's like a good talking point. You're going to get people that agree. Like if you're on a panel, you're going to have a number of people kind of echoing it and say, yeah, good point. That's a
Right,
great point.
right.
We're mindlessly echoing something that's very harmful, and we should, at this point, train ourselves. If someone is saying it, challenge them on it or correct them. But hopefully this begins a trend that you can understand. This is a misconception, and it should be, at this point, turned around and corrected, because the harm it's doing is not to be overlooked.
Of course not. No. Agreed. I do agree with that. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm almost afraid of the outcome of this trial, to be honest with you. What is going to happen? Obviously, guys, I know it's going to change, case law and stuff like that, things like that. That's, granted, but I'm almost worried about the outcome and what could happen from it when it does come down. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Hey, Sky Blue, good to see you. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
Yeah, something tells me that she has got like a wild card, so to speak. She is able to make a play if she needs to. I think she has some leverage somehow, and that it might have something to do with this other capital case that she's on. That is
Well,
not, due to, she has to pay the rent, so to speak. She got to keep her schedule busy. That's just what they do. They try to get as much work as they can, right?
well, I'm kind of glad you brought that up though, because I have a little bit of slightly different thought on what you just said. Whenever you're finished, I'll explain that.
My final thought is that was like a calculated move. She needs to have that case for some reason, and it's a very important reason.
And that will play into directly what I was getting ready to say. Thank you. What will this trial expose? Bingo stitches. Okay, that's what I meant, Sky. And I do believe that has in part something to do with the other case, the Skylar Mead case that she picked up. That's why I believe she actually picked it up. Okay, only because there's a slight, in my opinion, and only in my opinion. I mean, maybe somebody else thinks the same way, but right now, this is my opinion. That I feel, I've been looking at it and I've been thinking about some things. I feel that it's a slight possibility that there is a link between these two cases. That's an opinion, folks. I don't want anybody to go nuts and run off with that. Okay, this is just a slight opinion that I have of some things that I've been following. Because knowing the type of case that the University of Idaho murders case is, It's a quadruple homicide. It's a very, very, very high profile case. It's everything right now. And for her, knowing what she needs to have, what she needs to do, what she's dealing with to pick this other case up, which is another semi high profile case. They're both death penalty cases. I was kind of like thrown aback. Like, why would she do something like this? Why would she devote so much time to this case and then pick up this other one that's another somewhat high profile situation? I wonder. And I just, with other things I've seen and other things that I've been hearing, and I'm like, this woman's very smart. She knows what she's doing. She's always, in my opinion, 2 or 3 steps ahead of herself, in my opinion. Okay. And she, in my opinion, also will not do something without knowing the answer to it or have knowing the outcome of it per se ahead of time. Okay. She's not going to ask a question without knowing the answer already. This is just what I've gathered from seeing her do certain things. So at that point, I had to ask myself, does this have a link? Is there something within the Skylar Meade case that she thinks may have some importance in relation to this case? That's what I think. It's an opinion. Again, I don't want anybody running down that road and going, oh my God, Dago just said these 2 cases are together. No, don't do that, please. Because that's not 100%. It's not a fact, folks. We don't know. It's just a thought, okay? But it's something I've been really brewing on for days now. A couple of members of my team have said something about this, and I think they think the same thing. And you just got to wonder. You never know why somebody that is in depth in a case like this. This is serious. It's not a joke case. It's not a Sarah Boone situation or anything like that, okay? This is the real deal situation. Probably the biggest case we're going to see in the next decade. Why would you take this on top of that? That's a lot to take away from, possibly take you away from this, unless it could help you in some sense with this case as well, or vice versa. Okay? And that's where I think that, in my mind, I might be wrong, and it's okay. People are wrong all the time, guys. But I just feel like there's a possibility that there is some kind of a link between these two. Welcome, Brandy. Good to see you, hon. I don't know what everybody else thinks. And Eddie?
It feels like, yeah, I kind of agree with you. It feels like the judge, in that order, he certainly made it a point to throw it in her face, that you insisted on that case. So here's your
that's
it. Here's your answer to that. Here's your fix. Well, we'll fix you.
Bingo. Well, is that what's going to happen? We're going to fix you, or is she going to fix them by showing them? Because I'm telling you guys, the more I see her, what she does, the more I see the way she expels herself when she's doing these things. You can kind of see the wheels turning in her mind when she's talking about certain things. So I'm just saying.
What I can see in her and in her team is that they are incorruptible.
Oh, I agree with you on that. Absolutely not. Not at all. That is not. She's the furthest thing from a corruptible attorney, in my opinion. Sorry. I don't care how much money you send this woman. I don't care what you promise this woman. She's about justice, in my opinion, and that's exactly what she's doing. And she seems so confident in most senses with what she states about Brian. Okay.
Yeah, they are the essence of confidence.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing my coffee. I ran over to brew it. This thing's getting old. I think I need a new one. It brews so slow, but I'm still here. I can still hear. I'm just going to grab my cup. Great point, Eddie.
Let me scroll back in the comments. I want to see who it was. Okay. Yeah, Jacob, I believe it was. We were talking, and I said I would cover pretty much DM's, nonsense statement. And we kind of did with that thought experiment that I was talking about. I said, you know, whatever happened in that house, it's the furthest thing from what we're being told happened. So you have to just, I guess, not get too caught up and try to overanalyze and make it make sense, because you'll spend a lot of time trying to make something make sense that you can't, because it's all false. Let's pull up a document and we'll break down what the truths are, you know, what you can rely on as truth as far as her statement, and then what you can just disregard.
Which one you want me to grab, bud?
Well, I think I'm gonna kind of scour through them quickly first to make sure I don't have you pulling up all sorts of nonsense. It's gonna be the one where I think the state was the initial motion in limine, and then it was the defense's reply to that, because the state gave a partial texting back, you know, text communications, and then the defense in their reply, they showed pretty much all of the texting. So when was that? In February? Are we in February when that happened, or is it?
Okay, so these are
dates.
Oh Lord, I blew it up too big. It overlapped. Hold on. There we go. Defense.
Maybe it's 317-ish. Text message. Yeah, okay. It is.
There we go.
317 defendant's objection
to state's motion in limine the text messages and testimony right here.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Okay, so beginning on page 4, we can see these things you can rely on. This actually happened, right?
Yep, sure did.
There's no way the state can dance around it. You can take this stuff to the bank.
Yep, this is a factual thing that happened. No joke.
We don't know what they're saying to each other when they call, but we know they're awake at least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The one thing that you cannot assume here is their location.
That's because, we don't know for sure exactly where they are.
So keep that in mind. So again, wash whatever you have in your mindset about this house, like, you know, little guy with a mask on and a ninja suit comes in through the back door and goes up the stairs, and then he comes downstairs and goes into that bedroom, and then he goes out. Get that? That's not what happened. So that's the way the state's going to be bringing it. But furthest thing from the truth. What happened in the house is you don't even know how to begin.
Right. And what we can take for real, I'll just take it this way. I can't say for real, but based on the Judge Hippler tells us that, well, first, before that, guys, I'm going to build this up in your mind real fast, okay? Olivia Gonsalves told us she sees a video of her sisters getting dropped off in the parking lot of the home at 1:56 a.m. They go in, they get the dog, walk him, they go back inside. Then Hippler's affidavit tells us that they are then upstairs in Kaylee's bedroom, Bethany, Dylan, Kaylee, and Maddie talking at 2 a.m. And then we start from that point forward at the 2:10, 29, when Dylan texts Eric Gower inquiring if he's still driving. He responds at 2:13 and says, yes, he was. Even though we were also told, because something I saw this morning, Eddie, And it could just be that the man said that, yeah, I'm willing to go back out, but that he dropped them off, went through the drive-through at Taco Bell, and went home for the night. That was something we were told very early on in the case. So there's that. And then he responds and says, yes, he's still out driving or whatever. So there's that. Now, I won't overtalk you, but go ahead. I just wanted to put that there together real fast for everybody's mind.
So yeah, I just want to point out to everybody that these things here in this document, that truly happened. But when we get to her statements, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm on another document now.
The PCA statements.
Yeah, the PCA statement. We learned that she was interviewed on November 13th a couple times.
You want me to pull that one up real fast? The initial
Sure.
PCA? Okay.
Not the initial PCA, but we can go to this February 24th, 2025, right, motion in limine number 7.
224
224 of this year. Motion in limine 7.
Witness identification via bushy eyebrows.
Yep.
All right, hold on. In my opinion, to you guys, this is the best way to display the case and break it down based on these documents, one by one, and put it together in your mind that way. So there we go. Okay.
On the bottom of page 2, I'll read it. It says, towards the bottom, the real. I'll begin mid-sentence. The reliability of the witness identification is non-existent. DM is the only person alive who is known to have seen the intruder. Now, that sentence right there, whether or not Anne truly believes that is hard to say.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end, we gotta remember that there has to be a trial, and this is the discovery that the state has turned over to the defense. So she's going to have to argue something, right? So I don't know. It's kind of a challenging way for you to it's kind of a challenging thought. I always call it like there's two truths to this case.
Right.
And it's hard to know if Anne is going along with the story. Okay, so they turn over all this discovery, and even though a lot of it's BS, she's going to have to roll with some of it, right? That means she's going to have to defend her client using this
based off of this, right?
Argument, right? And because certainly witness DM is going to stick to her story. She's not breaking from that, whether or not she was even in the house or not.
Right.
Because she knows that she can't. Right. Anyway. So, she only briefly saw the intruder, so they say, as the story goes. Her recollection or lack thereof is filled with uncertainty, fuzziness, influence of alcohol, dreaming, and sleepiness. She did not see the intruder well enough to describe him to a composite artist. Okay, relevant facts, top of page 3. So we learned that she's given this interview right away, just hours after the tragedy. And she's talking about seeing a figure dressed in black.
Yep.
In the time, right? She's got a time there. So if you were to read this document through, you would learn that she says nothing about masks or eyebrows.
Very true.
During this interview. And if you were to follow, kind of her interviews, you would understand that it's probably quite likely that the first statement she made, everything is so vague, she was probably given, fed what to say and to keep everything just general and very vague.
Right.
Because after all, if you never saw and witnessed something and you were told that, okay, here's what you're going to say you witnessed, you have no true memory of that ingrained in your mind. So that's what we're seeing here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then as the state is like working overtime, the think tank is trying to like strategize, like, okay, here's what we got to have her say. They're doing that, and over the days and weeks that they are doing that, and they're building that, and then they're feeding her this. And that's coming out in these interviews. So yeah, when you're trying to make sense of like what happened in the house, it doesn't make any sense to you because that's not what happened in the house. So just
Right.
remember that.
Well, real fast before we go past that, Eddie. Norma, I see what you're saying. I have that same question. Okay, I do. We'll get to that in a minute here, but I absolutely agree with you based on your last few comments there. It's wild to me too. So yeah.
Okay, so what is that? I was reading. So
basically, she's asking with what we're seeing here,
mm-hmm.
and then with the affidavit that Hitler put out, they're two different things. How is that allowed? How is that possible? So, and I agree. But to give a real answer on that, Norma, is almost near impossible at this point with everything else that's happened. So, at least in my opinion. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems like he's adding to the story at times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we always thought that at 1:45, pretty much they were all home.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we're learning that suddenly it's what, 2 after 2,
and we don't even know exactly what time exactly.
Yeah, just a time after 2:00.
And if you look at this right here, this statement here, the two girls fell asleep and roughly 8 hours later, a 911 call was made. But they didn't fall asleep. We saw all the action that went on in that 8-hour period of time. So that's not true there either. And then Hitler turns it around a different way. There are two different stories being told, in a sense, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, it's been changed a lot. It literally has been changed a lot, you guys. And this is the judge. The judge, this is his synopsis, basically, from what happened at the grand jury that he puts this affidavit out with. This is the document that states this stuff. This is what I'm saying. This is crazy to me, and I don't understand it. Go ahead. If you're getting ready to say something, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just have to get that out before I forget it.
Yeah, I was so curious. I actually pulled up the probable cause, and I'm on top of page 3.
Mm-hmm.
On the evening of November 12th, 2022, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at such and such address. Mm-hmm. From approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence.
Bingo.
Yeah.
See? Now we know at 1:45, 15 minutes later, according to Judge Hitler, I almost said Hitler, sorry guys, that
that's okay.
Within 15 minutes, Bethany, Dylan, Kaylee, and Maddie are sitting in Kaylee's bedroom having a conversation, and Xana and Ethan are nowhere to be found. This is three separate documents stating 3 different things. That's interesting to me.
So some of this he's got to be getting from like it would be their the witness's testimony at the grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
That could be the only
where
place.
His entire statement, my understanding, Eddie, and I may be wrong, but from what I read and what I understood, is that entire document is based off of what he took from the witness, the whole grand jury testimony scenario. That's what he took from it, and that's what he put in the document.
Right. And
so
ultimately, that's still hearsay. That's someone saying something.
Agreed.
Of course, it's a sworn statement. Technically, it's from the person that supposedly experienced it, so it's not hearsay in a court. But it is hearsay. I mean,
yeah, right. No, I get it. It's
a witness statement.
Yeah. It's Bethany. I guess the only way to corroborate that truly would be to have another witness that sees Bethany seeing this per se, but still, again, that's still going to be in some senses hearsay. Thank you, Beckles. So yeah, but again, this is what we're supposed to follow, so it is what it is. So we have Bethany, and I almost gotta wonder now, Eddie, now that we're putting this together like this, way long time ago, before the grand jury met, there was a statement made. I can't remember when, and I don't need to pull it up. It was in a document per se somewhere. Ann Taylor herself stated it, that I believe at some point that Bethany Funk supposedly has some form of exculpatory evidence that could exonerate Brian Koberger. That was stated. I can't remember exactly when. Welcome, Heather. Good to see you, dear. I can't remember exactly when that came out, but that was towards the beginning, if I'm right. Okay.
Yeah, and that's been removed from the court record too. It's in the document.
Right. But it was a piece of information brought out. Then they try to get her to come to Idaho to testify. She doesn't want to come back to Idaho, whether she's scared, whatever it was. She just didn't want to come back, fearful, I believe were the words, whatever. Then we see these other documents here that she states that she saw them from 9 to 1:45. Now, also within that mix of all that mix, and I don't want to confuse everybody, okay? But again, I'm sure Heather probably does have that document. There was a fight that went down at the party they were at between Ethan and this other kid. The only corroboration I have for sure of that was that Xana's mother claimed to say that Xana's sister verified that happened. Okay. I'm sorry. Xana's mother said that her sister verified that it happened that night, and they left. But it was before that 1:45 time. And then early on in the case, we were told that there was a period of time where nobody knew where Xana and Ethan were for a little while. That, just to throw that in the mix a little bit too. Then we go back to Hippler's statement, 2 a.m., 4 roommates are there. Ethan and Xana are not there. So put all that in that mix, guys. And again, I'm not trying to confuse anybody. I'm just saying we've had all this stuff thrown at us within just this little bit of information. And that's why, it gets confusing. So if I'm stepping on anything you're talking about, Eddie, don't tell me to shut up. That's all.
No, I'm just typing in chat that document here. It's the Richard Batanti.
Richard Batanti, right?
Yeah, so there it is in chat. It's the affidavit in support of motion for out-of-state servicing a subpoena.
March 22nd of 23, right? Okay. Bingo. See, that's what I'm talking about, Moonlit. Didn't Emily and Hunter walk Xana and Ethan home from Sigma Chi? See, now this is a absolute rumor, okay, that was brought to me a long time ago. Somebody asked me about it in an email. I don't have it anymore. About that, and said that Hunter was the one that stepped in and helped to break up the fight between Ethan and this other person, and they supposedly walked them to the house or wherever they went. I don't know. I can't give that a clear yes answer, Moonlit, but that's one more thing, okay, that has been put into this. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, go ahead, Eddie.
We won't get into these tonight, but I have actually three misconceptions. The misconceptions, that's a kind of a in the spirit of Jesse. Remember long ago, probably about
Oh
2 years
yeah,
ago,
yes,
he had those 10
the 10
misconceptions that he shared.
misconceptions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Hmm.
I have three, and of course we covered the one. You know, the college is the heartbeat of the town, and that's why they had to do what they did. And
Yeah,
you'll have to just re-listen to what we already
of
been
course.
through.
Right. Welcome, Uncle. Favorite Uncle. Good to see you tonight, sir.
The other one, what kind of inspired me is Sargent. He's pretty stuck in his way of thinking once he gets it in his mind to believe something.
Yeah, he admits to it and he claims that it's all his because of his Asperger's, which I understand and I get it.
Yeah,
There's a direct focus on a lot of things, so yeah.
not hacking on him or picking on him here. I'm just
No, of course
it
not.
inspired it.
Right,
He believes that Dylan lied,
right.
and I continually challenge him on that because my question would be,
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
whose lie is it, though? Yeah,
it
certainly
did
she's
right.
lying. No one's gonna argue that she's lying. But my follow-up question to Sergeant would be, is it just you, Sergeant Friday, that is aware of this, or is the state aware of it too?
Right. Agreed. Agreed.
And then, of course, if the state is aware of that she's lying, but they're rolling with it, now what? Now add that to it and tell me what your thoughts are, because that's a whole different, you
Well,
know.
you have to. You can also take that another direction, Eddie. And is it the? Do they? Of course, they would know, but because are they doing it? Are they lying? Because it's not. Is it the state's lie in Dylan's name, or is it Dylan's lie in her own name? If that makes any sense, the way I said that. Okay, being if it's the state's lie, of course they know about it. Okay, but if it's Dylan's lie, do they know about it, or did they make that lie? Does that make sense? I'm trying to make this make sense the way I'm saying it.
All these thoughts are very deep and complicated, and it does get
Right,
kind of hard to communicate them. I feel
right.
you.
Norma says yes, she did. Okay, and I know, I think Sarge simplifies it that Dylan lied, whether it was Dylan's own personal situational lie that she put up herself, or whether it was because she was she was put in that situation by the state or by Ellie or by whoever. Okay, that's kind of where this goes.
And don't confuse with what I'm saying with that she's clueless of everything. She knows something, but she's not involved like that.
Right. No. Like, and I know you feel a certain type of way, or how you feel on that. Sarge feels one way. I feel a certain type of way on that too. My feeling, and I'll just put my feeling out there, okay? And it changes by the day now. Every time we see a new document or I read something else, it changes a little bit more. I personally feel now at this point, from things I've seen and things I've read, because of all the lying that has taken place, whether who be it is, that there is a deep involvement with her, possibly. Maybe not the physicality side, like hands on in the murders themselves, but in the fact of the setting up of the situation. I feel possibly that she has a pretty heavy involvement in. That's my opinion only, okay? Unless people agree with that. I'm just saying. But that's how I see it as. Sarge, of course, sees it in as full involvement, except for maybe the physical part, the murder itself, but everything else, yeah. Now you're saying you think, if you could explain it, how you feel about it.
Yeah, Sarge, and I don't want to speak for him, but and if I'm wrong on this, correct me, but I would think that his mindset is that like she's there during the quadruple homicide.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And she's not.
think, I think that he believes she was. Yeah. I think so. I know there's other people that believe that neither her nor Bethany were there during the commission of the crime.
Yeah,
I
Bethany
think
definitely not there.
Yeah, I think he believes so. And I think a lot of us believe that only because Anne says it. But there is another piece of that's the information that was brought to me by a part of the team here that stated that this person herself doesn't believe that they were there either. And it's because, and the only reason why Anne believes that they were there is because she can't get her hands on these specific tapes that show the girls somewhere else, and that they're purposely being withheld from her for that reason. I don't know about that, okay? But that's another thought over here. That there was a hotel down the road that they may have been at while this was happening, and then they came back sometime in the morning and acted like they were there the whole night. So that's another theory that's out there right now about that situation. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we were looking at that document where we had looked at the text and the time where she called Eric Grower.
Yeah, 210. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go ahead and assume that was to get picked up, and she was picked up and brought somewhere. Okay, so either you believe that, or you believe that they were all upstairs in the bedroom on the third floor, and they talked about going back to the grub truck, but they decided not to, and they all stayed home instead. I mean, if you want to believe that, because again, what's the source on that? That is, have you been successful in believing anything Ashley Banfield has told us throughout this entire thing?
Well, in that statement, even what Hitler put out on that document he just put out, that there basically comes from Dylan, right? Okay. Yeah. Well, wisdom speaks in here, said, we don't know that that's true, Dago, because everything else that Dylan's told us has been bullshit. So why would we believe this now? So that's agreeable. I got to say that's agreeable.
That's why that backstory is necessary, to get the public to think that she called him. Hey, he's still out and about. Yes, I am. Okay, well, we're just forget it. I was just thinking about having you bring me to the grub truck, but on second thought, we're not doing that. So, well, thanks for calling me back anyway. Having a good night.
Right.
I mean, this is like
that had to be put in place to explain that away, right?
Anytime there's a problem, the think tank is busy and the fix is in.
Sure.
They're going to put out the new narrative of what it has to be. No, she definitely left that house. Can't prove it.
Right. And yes, I agree with you, Critical. That's very important at this point. I agree. And Eddie, I got to say something. Have you noticed how many changes have we seen happen within this story now? Just roughly over the past year. I'll just put it that way. From the beginning to this past year, how many changes have happened now?
Yeah, there's no constant truth.
It keeps kind of morphing, okay? And it seems to be one story. Let me put it this way to you. This is how I'm starting to see this now. One story comes out, the very beginning, okay, we get the PCA. We'll go with that. That's the first story, okay? And that's how I'm going to call this as a story. This first story comes out, the PCA, we read it, and we're like, okay. Well, no, let me back up. The first story is November 13th. This goes down. They're looking for somebody for however long that was. I can't remember exact time, but they find Brian. They get him going. They have the PCA comes out. That's the second part of the story. We read through it, and everybody reads this, and everybody goes, "What the hell is this mess?" Okay, and we start questioning things for about a year. That story morphs again, and it changes a little bit more. Everybody starts questioning that version of the story. Some more documents come out. They wait. Some time passes. Some more documents come out. Some hearings happen, so on and so forth. It morphs again and changes a little bit more. And now we're 4 months from the trial. This thing has completely did a 360 and turned all the way around at this point, and like nothing that if you go back, it's almost like that little theory where I'm going to whisper in your ear, my monkey jumped on my back, and it bounces through 10, 13, 15, 20 people. By the time you get to that 20th person, what they heard was my uncle's monkey smoked crack. You see what I'm saying? It's gotten so twisted now and turned all the way around that it's nothing like the first story we heard. You see what I'm saying?
Here's a good example. So we're originally, the narrative was, they had to call Hunter Johnson over to get the door open because the door was blocked. Of course, the door has to be blocked because then she can't see things, right? So the door's blocked. He sees what he sees, and then he tells everyone to get out. And as it turns out, months, probably over a year, maybe year and a half or 2 years later, we're learning that is happening during the phone call. Not like we were told. He didn't try to get the door open and then sees what he sees and tells everyone to get out and call 911, and then they do get out and call 911. No, that's happening while, during the 911 call, where they already believe that they see someone in the bedroom passed out, and then he shows up, and then they call 911, and then they all go up there, and then he says that during the 911 call. So that's a significant change right there.
Yeah, big time. Yes, sir.
It's just all it's because the truth, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. That's what we're seeing here.
No, and like Heather just said, like, yeah, she's right. The original narrative that was given to us, these 4 kids were sleeping in their beds, sound asleep. Somebody came in and murdered them in their sleep. And off that person goes, boom. So it started there. At this point now we're to know that nobody was asleep, that they weren't all in their beds. And basically almost the opposite of what we were told in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make, you guys. So yeah, I mean, it's morphed that much, and changed that much. Is it going to change again before August? Yep. I can almost guarantee it. I could promise you guys it's going to change again before August. We have 4 months for this to warp again in some other direction. And take that into account with what Steve just said in that last interview that we reviewed. And I've held on to him saying that too, that there's something that's about to come out. What he meant by that, I can't give you truly an answer to, because he doesn't make much sense to me at all. But he thinks there's something that's about to come out. So we'll see. And I know I'm all over the place, you guys, but there's too many thoughts going on at one time, and it's because of all this mess. So,
yeah,
exactly, Michelle. That's what I'm talking about. How things have changed so dramatically with this. I mean, it's just insane. But go ahead on with where you were at, bud. Or unless you've already made your point, but
you mentioned Steve, and that's my third misconception.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm paraphrasing the best I can recall what he kind of believes. It's kind of like he's just being emotional. This is Sergeant. If I recall his belief about Steve, he's being emotional. He wants justice for his daughter, and he believes what he's saying. I think I have that close to being
Basically, yeah.
pretty close, yeah. But no, that's a misconception. Steve knows Brian is innocent. I can't prove it, but he knows because okay. So to build and explain better,
I agree, Heather.
if you were to believe that Steve just, he's just being emotional. He wants to believe everything they're telling him, and he, you know, wants justice for his daughter. Then you would also have to believe that he is a clueless, unintelligent dope.
Yep.
Who has no ability to think and is overlooking all of the relevant, important questions that need to be asked. The questions that we're asking. What about this untested DNA? And I mean, well, all the questions. I won't go through them all, but
of course,
they're talking about ridiculous things, which are part of the narrative, instead of talking about facts of the case that are critical. That is how you'd know. That is how I build my misconception. Steve is he's saying what he's required to say for whatever purpose, I don't know, but he would have to be a total idiot if you believed that he truly believes what he's saying.
I can agree.
He's a very smart man. Trust me, he knows more.
Again, I can agree. Keep going, bud. I have to check. My dogs are going nuts. And if I disappear, I will be right back because it's 11:22 and this thing does this all the time. So maybe it won't do it this time. I might have fixed it. But if it pops off, I'll be back. Don't worry about it.
Okay. You guys want to answer a question about the judge's impartiality? Do you think he's being impartial, or do you think he's biased? I wonder if this would make a good poll instead. How do we do it? Putting it in chat. I'll get Dago's input on this when he gets back. I'm curious as to everyone's thoughts on and what their thoughts on the judge's biasness. A 1 or 2? Okay, we can do that. Would that work?
All right, sorry about that. I'm back. It was just my son coming home. Anyway, all right. So where did we leave off?
I wonder if it would be a good idea to ask people in chat if the judge, what they think of his, if he's impartial or not.
Yeah, I can do let me pull this down. I can do a poll. I can clear out the other poll anyway, real quick. We can always go back to these documents. I have them right here in front of me. So,
would that be like a rating scale? Like put, from 1 to 4, put rate.
I don't know if it'll let me do
nothing
that.
Like that.
It's not. It's just it's a real basic system. It's kind of crazy. Real quick, the I can do 3 options: yes, no, and something else. So, this one here was: will the Idaho 4 trial go as they scheduled it? 43% said yes, 35% said no, and 21% said it's going to go longer. I think that's fair. So how do you want me to word this, bud?
Okay, you could go, is he biased? And then go 1, 2, 3. And then 1 would equate to he's very biased. 2 is middle. And then 3 is not biased at all.
Okay, so then what I can set, the way this is set up is it gives me yes, no, and add an option. So I can, is he
So-
biased? So it'd be yes, no, and then I can put somewhat
Don't know.
as
Just
the,
don't know. Yes or no, or yes, no, and then unsure.
okay, that'll work then.
That'll work.
That'll work. That'll work. And there it is. Go at it, guys. Go at it. Unsure, I would say would be good for like partial, maybe. Okay. Mixed feelings. That'll work. So Mama D, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Guys, we got 103 amazing people in here tonight. Ray Knightley, welcome too. There's only 81 likes though, guys. Let's see if we can make that match and get this in the algorithm tonight, please and thank you. Okay. Nothing DM BFF said apparently saw heard make any sense. They claim to have stayed in the house all night after seeing an intruder and then 8 hours later called a friend because they were afraid. Right. And it doesn't make sense. And listen, I've been bouncing around in my mind the thought of them not being in the home. And it was mainly because I had found that Anne had asked for tapes, video of a specific hotel that for some reason they just seem to have lost. Surprise. And I had to wonder, is it because it shows these two there, not at the house? Because if that were the case, guys, that's going to flip this upside down. You understand that? If it's found out that they were not at that house, this will flip this upside down because here's the reason. It completely invalidates, erases, and voids Dylan's statement in the PCA. Completely. Which completely blows the timeline and everything else. So for that matter, Dylan has to be in that house. She has to be in that house. For all this to play out the right way, she has to be in that house. If she's not, none of that matters. For that matter, if she's not, think about this too, guys. If she's not in that house, because they based all this off of her phone and all this other shit, right? If she's not in that house, we don't know what time those murders took place. Truly, the timeline could be from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. That's a big thing right there. So if it's proven that her or Bethany aren't in that house, do you realize the circumstances that's going to provide for this case? That would be insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was their entire probable cause.
Right. I mean, imagine that. It's going to blow the whole thing. And that is a possibility at this point. So they'll probably explain it like this. We were pretty... I love that, Julianne. That was great. That's absolutely right. That is absolutely right. We were pretty much at the house. God, I love that. Oh my God, that was great, Julianne. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that. That was amazing. Oh my God. But you're absolutely right. That is exactly probably what will happen. Oh shit. I can't do it. I can't. You know why that's so funny? Because how many times has shit like this happened now? With that exact statement. Oh my God. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow up like that. I just
I love it.
It's too classic. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's so fitting.
It is. We were pretty much there. Can I just tell you that we were pretty much there, but kind of at this hotel, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna short circuit for sure. You guys, I swear to God. Oh, I love you tonight. You're my star MVP tonight, Julianne. That was amazing. That was amazing. Oh my God. Okay. Yes, and of course, Kent and Payne don't remember. We know, of course. Shit. Um, my favorite uncle. We need Ray to get data for DM and bingo. That right there is something I think they really need to pull for. And it should not be hard for him to be able to do exact locate on their phones. We have all these text messages. Just give me a location. That's all I want you to do. And I'm telling you, if they don't show up in that house that night, boom. From the inside out, this shit's going to implode and blow out. That's it. And then I want to see what they do to fix that. I really do. But if they put Bethany and Dylan on the line and they talk about texting during the night, wouldn't that perjure? No, because we have the text messages at this point. Are you mean based on the PCA? If that's the case, it's already been done. But they've also released another document. I don't know. That's crazy, Norma. What do you think about that, Eddie?
Let's have you ask me that again.
Yeah. So Norma said, but if they put Bethany and Dylan on the line, on the stand, whatever, and they talk about texting during the night, wouldn't they perjure themselves? I think it's based on what the question asked by the defense or the prosecutor would be. It would be based on how that question is phrased. I mean, I think that's how it would work out.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the question. It's hard for me to answer that.
I think she's stating if they're on the stand and they start asking questions about the text messages that night, and I think she's referring to the basis of the PCA being put out. But see, it's not going to matter. The PCA doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't. It truly don't. It's completely irrelevant to this case. It did what it was supposed to do, and what that's, in my opinion, was to confuse the shit out of everybody for a couple years to keep the truth buried for those couple years until they could figure out what the hell they're going to do with this. Okay. And then now the prosecution themselves just said it's garbage now. It's not relevant. So it's gone. So that doesn't have any basis anymore, in my opinion, to this case at all. They probably will never go back to that again. Truly, I don't think. And if they do, it's just going to be referred to stupid things. But what she's saying, though, I believe, is because they clearly stated that they were asleep in the house that night, so on and so forth. But now that the fact that we find out that they're texting back and forth, she's wondering if that would perjure them. But it shouldn't, because it's not what's being talked about. It wouldn't be, if you're referring, Norma, to the PCA, it's not going to be that. It would be a question that's asked by prosecution or defense, and if they answer wrong, then they're perjuring themselves. I do believe that's how that works. It has nothing to do with the document. Or am I wrong? Did somebody else say something different? They testified at the grand jury that they texted, so how can it? Yeah, so no. Then, of course, no. They said that they already did. It was just the PCA that everybody keeps going back to, where they were claiming that everybody was asleep and woken up at 4 a.m., blah, 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 blah. So that just doesn't even count anymore. My guy, Cy Ray, a former director over at LexisNexis, writes conspiracy theory affidavits, but Borg, girl, not sure she saw a face equals reliable, get real. Right. Oh, yeah, I got you, Heather. Okay. Judge said no defense can't use all their text timeline at all. Only certain ones before calling 911. Right. All texts need out. Okay. I got you. Because we have opinions. Listen, anybody in the, I'm just reiterating something. If there's anybody in the chat, everybody's going to have, there's going to be people that are going to have different opinions and feelings and thoughts on this. That is their right. If I catch anybody disrespecting somebody else's feelings, opinions, you're just not going to be here. That's all. Everybody has, this platform exists because everybody has the right to their own thoughts, feelings, and opinions, innocent or guilty. I don't care what it is or who it is. We don't have the right to tell somebody else they're wrong. Okay. In the nicest way I can. That's all. And the voting is for opinions. Yes, that's true. So just relax, everybody. We're all adults here. Anyway, where were we and where were we headed, Eddie?
You know, I'm surprised we haven't spoke about the remote sealed hearing on the 5th yet.
I was going to bring that up tonight. Yeah, I really was, because I'm stupid curious.
Yeah, everyone's so curious. I mean, it comes right on the heels of this.
We can go there.
Media tour, you know.
Oh my God, yeah. SG Live, World Tour. That's what it turned into. I'll be wrong. You know what? You guys can tell me I'm wrong as long as you don't do it to each other. I don't care. I can deal with it. Thank you, Ray. I got you. Yeah. Is that what you think it might have something to do with, Eddie? Is the World Tour here?
Not a bad theory, because it just kind of sprung out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And what we have mid-May is like the deadline for the defense's alternate perpetrator.
Right. Good point.
Which I would have to believe that somehow they're going to seal that. They're going to, well, the judge gets to look at that and decide, which is kind of, that's a discussion all in itself. Like,
what the hell?
How would he, you know, without the defense and the prosecutor kind of working through it, how would he just look at that and then decide all on his own whether or not it's adequate enough to meet the standard? But we're off track.
That's a good point, though. That's a good point.
I feel like that's going to somehow be kind of withheld from us, screened. You know, the names redacted, at least at a minimum.
Yeah. There's some stuff that's been popping out past couple of days that I saw. Supposedly there's new evidence that popped up. This is a new video that popped up with new evidence. Did you hear that? Now I want to ask anybody. This is a rumor. I do want to ask this before I forget about this again. I saw this earlier, and it's the little details that get talked about all the time, but it's a little kind of off track, but it still involves the case. I thought it was kind of interesting, but there was somebody that put something out, and I don't know the reliability of this at all. Okay. So don't take it deep into heart, but it had some kind of and it's probably somebody trying to play the blame game again with Jack DeCore. But it states that Jack didn't pick up the, Christie supposedly called him the next day and that he never answered. Now, what the hell that has to do with anything, I don't know, other than somebody still trying to throw blame at him. And I just don't see him in that sense. So just wanted to clarify. For anybody that sees that, hears that, take that with a real thin grain of salt, folks, please. And be careful with that stuff. That's all. Anyway. There's been a lot of people dropping stuff left and right over the past 24 hours that I've seen.
You know what is kind of odd though, and I mentioned this in the past. It's that the parents of one of the victims would require Jack to, you know, show show me your arm, show me your hands, show me that you don't have
Yeah.
any injuries, show me your clothes, that there's no blood. It's like, yeah, that's fair, that you would think that I could be a possible suspect and would want to eliminate me, but that's not your part. That's that's for the investigators to do. That's not your part to
Yep.
to examine me.
Why are you trying so hard to make that known too? That was my question when that all went down. You know what I mean?
Right. And if we're being fair, because it's fair that you would think that about me. I would naturally, because I'm close. I have a relation. All relations are your immediate suspects. That's just how that works. So if we're being fair here, I mean, yeah, it's fair that you would think that I could be one, but because I know in my mind that I didn't do it, but I can't eliminate you. So if we're being fair here, you show me your arms and your hands and your clothes. Because, if that's the way we're doing this, right? If you suddenly become an investigator, well, then I've become an investigator too. And I need to eliminate you.
Right. Thank you, SRB.
How does that feel?
Sure. Agreed. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and get eliminated, but through the right channels. It'll be the investigator that is the final judge on that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which they've already done.
Hey, Wade. Good to see you. Agreed. I do agree, Eddie. I do agree. Hey, Dago and Eddie, do you think Xana and Ethan were downtown or at least out? Rumor going around now that they were. Okay, so that was actually a rumor. Remember what I said to you guys a little bit ago about them being at the frat house and then they left and nobody knew where they were for a while. About, what was it? I want to say it was February of the year that the murders took place. There was some talk of them being at the Moose Lodge. Okay. In the parking lot of the Moose Lodge, they were seen supposedly. Somewhere around 11 or midnight. So that's what I remember. I could be wrong because it's been a long time, guys. That's the only thing, Wade, that I've heard. They were not at the Corner Club because we've seen video of that. But that's the only thing in relation to that I've heard. I don't know. Okay, I can't say yes. And I don't want to say yes because, again, we don't know. Okay? As of yet, we don't know. That could be something that comes out. Who knows? Because the way shit's been coming, we never know. Welcome, James. Good to see you. So I hope that can answer your question slightly. But it's an answer we can't give because there's no, pertinent proof that that's something that happened. But that is something that was talked about back then. So yeah.
Oh, Dago, by the way, this somehow came into my mind. I should throw it out there. It's kind of random, but the other day we were talking about the HVAC truck that was.
Oh yeah, right.
And so I got curious. I never put down, what day that was that truck was there. It was never really that important to me to be that,
right.
Specific with things. So I went looking, and it was hard to come up with, a resource or an article saying anything about that. But I finally did, and it was December 5th that truck was at the house.
Okay.
Just sharing.
HVAC truck, December 5th, which, okay. I always wondered what that was there for, what they were, were they tearing apart the ventilation system to try to find something within that? Were they working on that is a strange thing to see after a murder's committed in a house, but yeah. So December 5th of 22,
probably, has something to do with, if I were to guess, just a no heat situation.
That's kind of, yeah.
Um, I want to speculate that they're doing a lot of. First of all, it's like a rental, so the occupants are not going to maintain things like if it was a homeowner. You live in your own home and you maintain your own home. You're going to look after the filter, right? And this is a forced air furnace, so it's going to have a filter. So likely, the tenants didn't change filters, so it might have broke down due to a dirty filter, aka no maintenance. Just something basic. Everything doesn't have to have a connection, in other words, in this case. I don't think it's ductwork.
Right, right. There was talk of they were like bunch of people were going to be moving out of the house supposedly at the end of the school year, I guess. And there was talk about ladders and tarps being there and stuff that they were painting and working on this and working on that to probably try to get the house back in good shape to re-rent it. Maybe, I don't know. So that could have just been something, just standard maintenance. Maybe, who knows? I don't think it's. I never thought it had anything to do with the case itself, but I don't know. Go ahead.
It was just that time of year, furnaces are working more, and if they have an underlying issue, then they're more apt to break down, of course, when it's colder.
Good point.
Hey, Dago, have you ever looked into covering the Jennifer Thompson, Ronald Cotton?
I think I have talked about it.
Gosh, that has such a relevance to this case because we're talking about eyewitness, the strength of eyewitness testimony.
I think we have talked about that a while back. I can't remember exactly when, but we did talk about that case.
The fact that the judge is relying on, we were talking about this moments ago in here, the judge is relying on it's pretty much hearsay is what eyewitness testimony is. In these rulings of these orders, it's just, it blows my mind, especially in this case, because if you have an eyewitness that's admittedly drunk and wasn't quite sure
what
she remembered, is she dreaming or is she lucid? It's just Judge Hippler is wise enough and has enough experience to know that you would lend zero credibility to eyewitness DM.
Oh, yeah. Agreed. James, yeah, there's no tunnels under the house or around the house. There's tunnels up near the school, under the sidewalks of the school, around the school, the campus, but not under the house. We definitely looked into all that craziness, and there's none there, bud. And my understanding, I have issues with the mattress now. We watched them remove the mattress and bed frames. I was told they were burnt, incinerated because of the biohazard, kind of thing. But I was also told that the mattresses were never swabbed for DNA or anything else. Plus, it's in a document, my understanding. So that's kind of an issue for me. So good question, Mama D. Yes. Agreed, Eddie. Agreed. Wade says, I think that the blood that was on the railing, if you look at, the blood was at the top of the railing. If you look at the video put out by Fox Digital News, the forensic tech is swabbing what looks like that area. Oh, yeah, it could be. They said handrail. I don't know exactly where, but they said handrail. It could be why they were in that vicinity at some point, sure. I think they went through that whole house, fingerprinting, swabbing things. My understanding was it took 9 full days to process the entire scene. That's one of the longest periods of time I've seen to process a crime scene, and there were 4 victims, so remember that too. Oh, that's been going on, Bud, for a couple years. There were a couple creators that really, really put that out there and tried to make that relevant, but it's nothing.
It's an interesting thought, Dago. So they did these 3D scans in 2 bedrooms only of the
only
entire
2
house.
bedrooms. Yes, I think that's so ridiculous, but yes, you're right.
And I wonder how many photos there are in places other than those 2 bedrooms as well.
That's a good question. That's the one thing that I am kind of perturbed about with the house being torn down. My understanding was they were going to do the 3D scans to build a full model of the house, okay, to be able to relate to for the case. But they only did those 2 bedrooms because that's where the crimes were committed. And I think that's ridiculous because you need the full, in my opinion, the full house to understand the whole situation, all the way down to the perpetrator leaving out the back slider door possibly and entering it, to be able to see that part. That's not part of those 2 bedrooms. You see what I'm saying? You need to be able to have Xana's room, Dylan's room, Bethany's room. All of that needs to be in play there, and they've only made it those 2 bedrooms, and I think that's utterly ridiculous in my opinion. So, yeah, I'm I'm pretty perturbed. I never wanted them to take the house down. Never. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes they made. A lot of people argued with me when I said that. Well, they don't need it. The defense is saying tear it down. Prosecution saying tear it down. Well, I think it was a mistake. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, the mattresses and bed frames, they were thrown out. They were destroyed. No doubt about it. And the reason why, of course.
I mean, think about it, you guys. Think about it. If they incinerated them because they're biohazard, of course, but they did it without swabbing any of that. Does that make any sense? They probably killed quite a bit more DNA by doing that. Of course, in my opinion. Imagine building a not to scale dollhouse when in 27 months' time you could have built a full scale. Yeah, I agree. Or just left the damn house intact. Just saying, whatever. What did they ever do with the knife Hunter grabbed to check on Xana? That's a great question, Michelle. That's a good one. What did they do with the knife that Ethan grabbed to protect himself from a person that was passed out from drinking? Good point. You think that's anywhere around to be found, Eddie?
Isn't that interesting? Because now he has a reason why his fingerprints are on the knife.
100%. Bingo.
Wonder what kind of knife it was.
Well, he went into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, I believe is what it states. Well, that could be anything. That could be a steak knife, butcher knife, a butter knife, which I doubt. But that is an amazing question, Michelle. That is one of the best questions I've heard all night. What did they ever do with the knife Hunter grabbed to check on Xana unconscious? Would be DNA on that. They don't know. Not Hunter, but perps since no knife.
Yeah, they should have absolutely should have tested that.
Oh my God, they should have. And I'm sure they're going to say they did, but then they won't be able to provide that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see if they turn that over. Discovery.
Oh, yeah. I do hope that has to come up at this point now because it's been brought into question. Okay. That's interesting. Heather says, I don't know. Is it even legal to remove crime scene items with biological evidence from a scene in the back of a truck like that? I always wondered They should have been bagged, plastic wrapped, 100% tagged, and all that. And then they never even took them to a lab, you guys. My understanding is that stuff was driven directly to an incinerator and it was burnt. That, in my opinion, that's the stupidest thing. Those are like the bullseyes of the crime scene. You know what I'm saying? And should have been completely and totally swabbed and everything. Should have been tested for everything possible. For that not to happen, you can't tell me that wasn't done on purpose. Come on. It's absolutely insane. Was Maddie's comforter tested? Well, I mean, it should have been. But do you think it was, Wade? Truly? The logic of testing a sheath because it's under a victim and in the crime scene, but not the victim's bed, is completely asinine and sketch. Excuse me. And why not test all knives in the house, not just HJ? That's another good point. Good point. You guys are on fire tonight. Great questions, great statements. They didn't care about the sheets on the bed. I would love my sheets nice iron like my mom ironed my sheets. Like, good point, Anna. Good point. You can't unalive someone with a sheath. You sure can't, Tandy. You sure can't. I agree. Instead of examining evidence, they destroyed it. Bingo. We got a bingo. Yep. I really, God. Oh, you really got me thinking now, Michelle. That's a huge thing. What are your thoughts on that whole situation with the 911 call, running in the house, grabbing a knife, all of that? What do you think on that, truly? Just honestly.
So they were coached prior to making the 911 call.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's evident considering that they reenacted the 911 call before, or they acted out the 911 call and then reenacted it in the call. So yeah.
And then the grabbing the knife, that must have happened before the 911 call.
It did, yeah, based on what they stated.
I'm guessing, I forget which document we learned about the grabbing of the knife, but let's see.
Well, we don't know. And that's what I said. I hope they did. And I hope it gets brought up. So we'll see if they even bring it back up. But yeah, it should have been. It was definitely the way the document read that whole thing out, that whole scenario, you guys, was Emily was contacted and asked to come over.
Yeah, at 11:50 and 58 seconds.
Yep, it was 11:50. Emily, Hunter, Bethany, and Dylan ran up the stairs when they got there. Hunter ran directly in the kitchen to grab a knife, and then they went and checked on. He went to check on Xana. The other three girls got a glimpse again of Xana and ran back down the stairs. Shortly thereafter, Hunter followed behind them. At 11:56, and I can't remember the seconds, they picked up the call and dialed 911. And through the call, did the exact same thing they did right before that. The 911 operator asked if she's breathing. Dylan's on the phone and says, I don't know, but we can go check. Come on, Bethany. We have to go do this. We have to. They run up the stairs together again. There's no talk of Hunter with a knife. He goes in to check. Mind you, before that, when he goes to check on Xana, he tells them, get out, get out, get out. Okay, they go down. They call 911 at 11:56. 6 minutes later, they go back in the house after they tell the 911 operator they got to go check. They run up the stairs again. They get to the top of the stairs. Hunter's in there yelling for Xana. Basically, sounds like he's yelling at the wall. We already know the door's open. The door's been open the whole time. And says, get out, get out, get out again. And out the door they go. That's how that all went down. Does that make any sense to anybody? That to me is absolutely about as shady as you can get. I know you guys know that, but I'm just explaining how that all happened because some people I don't think understood that that happened twice. No, you're absolutely right. We don't know exactly what they tested. That's why I was saying I hope they tested that. I hope that that's brought in as evidence per se, and I hope that it's known, in the documents within the courts that he had a knife in his hand at some point when he went in the house, because I think that's kind of important, truly. No, absolutely, Michelle. I agree. Completely understand. And if the whole LA is involved in the drug world, then yes, they would be likely suspects in the covering for all them felons, criminals. That's a good point, James. Good point. Very good point. I've been wondering, how does Steve know that Maddie was attacked before Kaylee? Per recent interview, it's proof that the medical examiner or LA or prosecution has leaked the wound analysis pattern to him. I can agree on that too. He's been told that by somebody for sure. How does he know that she was attacked first? I'm going to guess by the only way I can imagine in that scenario alone could possibly be maybe a liver temperature test between the two, unless it's a guess, okay, or based on, I mean, truly, it would have to be based on time of death.
I think Wade has it right. Blood
transfer. Yeah, I just saw him put that in there. That makes sense. But still,
yeah, thinking about their time of, the temperature of the liver, that would be probably, at that point, they would be so close to one another in their time of death that would be indecipherable.
Yeah, blood transfer would make sense. But still, we don't have a weapon. No, I guess that would still have to be. Yeah, that makes sense, Wade. Good point. Jen says, I personally don't believe that anybody went to the top of the stairs and stopped before they saw anything. And that's another thing, folks, too. We're told that that's how all that went down. How much of that does everybody believe at this point?
Yeah, I believe Jen.
See, there it is. In any other situation, in any other case, on any other day, I might believe that. Within this case, it's very hard to. Sorry. Agreed, uncle. Favorite uncle. It's hard to say that too. That's interesting though, because there was so much blood. Even though blood transfer is still going to be hard, in my opinion, to use for something like that. And it could be also you can age the wounds. That is something you can do. Okay, based on but they were so close in time, but still. Transfer would have to be the only thing I could think of, truly, and that's still a guess per se.
Yeah, and of course, getting back to Jen's comment is, of course, EA didn't see anything, because that's got to be the narrative. The last thing the state needs is another person that saw that scene, right? So, yeah, more likely she did in real life, absolutely. But the official, the way that the state is going with this officially is that she didn't.
That breathing that you heard on the phone was Bethany. Or Dylan. I'm sorry, Dylan. She's the one that had the phone last when they go into the house and you hear that breathing stuff. That was Dylan. Sorry. And yeah, you're right, Eddie.
Yeah, she just went to the top of the stairs, and for whatever reason, she just turned right back around and went back down without seeing anything. That's because nobody in life is curious, and she didn't see anything prior to going up those stairs either.
I wanna throw another scenario out if I can, if you guys don't mind. Okay. So we're told via those text messages everything we were told. But what if everything in those text messages happens until it gets to the point where Dylan decides she's going to go downstairs to Bethany's room? And she saunters out of her bedroom, doesn't run, walks out when she feels, and I'm just using this as an excuse, comfortable enough to walk out of her bedroom, turns and looks to the left and sees somebody on the floor and says, I wonder who that is. Xana. Xana doesn't respond. Xana, why are you on the floor? Xana doesn't respond and walks up to her and looks down at her and sees her that way and sees all the blood that nobody speaks of during the call, because that would make this more known as what it really is, which is why I think the blood was not spoken of during the call. Leans down, looks at her, checks that, oh my God, maybe even touches her at some point, okay? And then walks down the stairs to Bethany's room and says, yes, she's dead. Sees Hunter in there too, obviously. They're dead. Hell, for that matter, maybe yells out to Beth or to Kaylee and Maddie, because she sees all the cars are out there. Nobody left. Maybe she even wandered upstairs and noticed and saw them too. Then she goes down to Bethany's room and says, hey, they're all dead, Bethany. What do we do? This is just another scenario. And then they call Emily and Hunter and act like they didn't see anything. They go in, and now they have everybody involved. And now they have witnesses to the fact, in their mind, they had no idea this happened. Just saying. This is just another theory in my mind.
Yeah, because think of it. I mean, it has to make sense, right? So
Yep.
We'll go to this texting and phone call, and when does this begin to happen? DM on TikTok, DM messages, Snapchat. BF calls JM at 11:49. JM calls DM. DM calls EA. So 11:50 and 58. We'll just say that's going to be the one, right? 11:50 and 58 seconds. DM calls EA. So, hey, I got a roommate that's not waking up. I need you to come over here and wake her up because she's drunk.
Right?
Okay, yeah, I can come up there and go into her bedroom and try to wake her up, and shake her by the shoulder and help you out. I'll be right over.
Right?
Okay, hi, I'm here. Okay, let's just stay outside for a while and not go up there. But you called me to help Xana wake up. So let's do that. No, let's not do that. I mean, how would that go, right? I mean, think
Right. Well, by the way, there was some guy here last night at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah.
Oh, was there? Well, that's interesting. Well,
I don't know what happened, but I know I saw him. It was about 4:00, roughly. What do you think happened? I don't know. She's been passed out. She won't answer her phone.
Oh, she's just drunk. Let's go up there and
right. You should
throw
go see what's
water
going on. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, see, none of this is adding up because who's afraid of a drunk, passed out person?
Nobody. That's the whole point I'm trying to make with that, dude. And again, what time was the text message again, Eddie, when she decided to go to Bethany's room, supposedly? Like 4 or 5, something like that. Or no.
Oh yeah, back here. Okay. Come to my room is the phone is gonna die at 4:24.
Okay.
And then the next one after that is still at 424.
Right.
It says BR to DM. That's a typo. It's got to be BF to DM.
It is. It's definitely. They've made a few of those throughout there.
Come to my room. Yeah, that's at 424 and 14 seconds. Come
So
to my room.
it was still dark outside. Okay, so here's my thing. Here's my thing. Think about this. It's fairly dark in the house. We do have the good vibe sign that was lit up, and it lights up that whole area there. But understand something, okay? In that house, there was a decently long, I'm going to say 12 to 14 foot distance between where the stairwell ledge is to Xana's bedroom. There's no, as far as we know, there was no lights on in Xana's bedroom. We don't know. There could be, there couldn't be. Either way, according to that text or that statement we were read, that she goes running past the hallway that leads to Xana's room and glances, quick glance, peripheral vision, and sees Xana on the floor, head to the wall, feet to the door. You can't see her face from that distance. It's got to be at least 12 to 14 foot of a difference between that area to that bedroom, okay? Inside the room, mind you, inside the door, Xana's head is all the way up by the wall, per se, and her feet were pointed at the door, they're saying. Or maybe closer to the door. Either way, she's still feet, head. The head's away from the door, and it could have been face down, could have been face up. But either way, at a glance, you know that's her. At night, at 4:30 in the morning. Does anybody else see that as, I don't think so? I thought about that for quite a while after reading that the other day. So you're running past this decently long hallway, mind you. Okay, maybe there was a bathroom light on that was shining, but still, she glanced quickly as she's running by. So if you're running by something at decent speed to get to the stairwell that's right there, you do that maybe. Just that. You see, okay, you don't know exactly who that is though, right? Would you know exactly that was her, you think, Eddie? Or just somebody or something laying on the floor? Because that was pretty detailed for a glance, in my opinion. That's another one. That's a good point, Ray. Was Xana wearing all black? Because she did have all black on that night, remember? In the dark. And she's got dark hair. So if that was you, Eddie, and you're running real quick past this hallway, 12 foot, 14 foot down the hallway there, you make a quick glance. You think you're going to see clearly that that's Xana?
No.
And it was awful detailed. Awful detailed. I'm sure there was some form of light, Beckles, but still, at that distance, how would you know? I'm just saying, these little things are the things that are bugging me, you guys, that make me feel like this was like one of those books you used to get when you were younger that has all the blank spaces and it's telling a story and you just kind of fill in the blank spaces with what you want it to be. You get it? It's so scripted to me. It's crazy.
Well, here's a good guiding principle for everybody, and they can apply this to their life. And that is, if it doesn't make sense, it isn't true.
What are you saying was right? Exactly. I know what you mean. What are you saying was 3 feet, Candy? I know that hallway was longer than 3 foot.
Well, the distance between DM and the person she saw.
It was way more than 3 feet. Way more than 3 feet.
No, we seen it in a document somewhere.
What I think what I remember seeing 3 foot was the distance between her and the perpetrator she saw. That was 3 feet.
Yes.
Because when we did the virtual tour of that house, that hallway I don't, maybe it's not 12 or 14 foot, but it's a decent, 3 feet from the perpetrator, right? It's a decent ways down. Okay, so she had to come out of her room, and her room is almost diagonal with that stairwell, right, to go down the stairs to Bethany's room. So she's got to go by the hallway that Xana's room's at the end of. So it maybe 10, 12 foot, I'm going to say, at least. Okay. The good vibes sign was right there on that same wall that she would go past that light to pass the hallway, look down, there's a bathroom down there, and then Xana's room is at the very end of the hallway, dead end against the wall. That's why I can't understand how, if you glanced in the dark and you saw clearly that was her, unless she was sitting up looking, you're like she was sitting up in the upright position. No, it said her head was she was laying there on the floor, head towards the wall, which is the front of the house, and her feet were by the door. At a glance, I can't imagine how in the dark, unless there was all the lights were on, which I don't believe they were, but how you could clearly see that was one specific person. That's all I was saying. Dago Eddie, Hunter in room, nose proof was Xana. In black, Hunter in room because she's unconscious, remember, but was it? Well, no, I know what you're saying, Michelle, but I'm saying before that even happened, that's Xana stated that she ran past, glanced, and saw that Xana was on the floor, passed out. The point I'm trying to make with this is it seems very produced. I don't like to say scripted because it's not that it's scripted, it's just that it was created per se. It's very specific with certain things, okay? I don't believe that you would have known at a glance that's a specific person. That's all.
Let's do this real quick. I wonder if we were to put a 1 in the chat if you think that the state, the prosecution has lied at any point during this entire case. Have we been lied to? And we're talking about officially, like official documents, not like press conference or press release, because I guess they're allowed to do that. So we'll give them that. So don't consider, when you answer this, the press conferences, but in any of their investigation and their probable cause, any of the documents, has the state and the prosecution lied? Put a 1. And if you think they haven't ever lied, put a 2.
I put a 1 for all 3.
Yeah, I put a 1.
Right. And Tandy put a whole bunch in there. Welcome, Isabel, Molly May. Good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Because here's what you'd have to do with that information. So, 1 lie is enough to question all truths. So if you've been lied to, they've already compromised their credibility. So at what point now it's up to us to have to sort through all of this and decide what is the lie and what is the truth.
Good point. That is a good point.
And some of this, what they're going to be litigating is they're going to be litigating lies. Anne will be doing that when she has to. She'll be contesting some of the lies, all of the lies when she can. But the state holds pretty much all the cards. You know, they are the ones that had the discovery. Initially, they sorted through it. They discarded what they didn't want her to have, and then they turned over what was left over. Anything exculpatory to Brian was lost, never turned over. Anything to do with the real perpetrators, that's long gone, and probably doesn't have any of that. Shoot, we've been discussing about this phone interview by Moscow PD that occurred. We don't know when it occurred, but they didn't ever turn that over to her. She has requested it, and then they finally answered her back and said, oh, we realized that after all, that wasn't a interview by Moscow Police Department. You must have a bad memory. That was an interview conducted by a special agent with the FBI, and he has told us that he didn't record it. So you can't get that discovery because it doesn't exist. So that's just one example, you know, that we have proof of, that they're not turning over things. And how much more, you know, is there that we are not aware of? And that's going to make her job challenging because she can't, you know, at this point, it's Brian may know that he was interviewed by Detective Payne. After all, I mean, that was part of his reality. If that happened, then he would remember it as such. But they can't even suggest it or talk about it at trial because it's kind of like he said, she said. The state is going to deny it to the ends of time. So she can't bring it up as a talking point, or, you know, because there's no exhibit of it. So yeah, a lot of that is going on in this case, and I'm pretty sure all of us can see that.
Good point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will say I do agree. Let me show you guys something real fast. I know you guys have seen this probably 10 million times, but it's just bugging me. Okay. I don't really like the way this model looks, but either way, okay. Real quick here. So this is the cut slide of the house. This up here, these two rooms up here are Kaylee. This is Kaylee's with the balcony. This was Maddie's, okay. This is where Dylan's bedroom was. This was wait a minute. Dana's bedroom. Okay. This is where Bethany was. This was the empty bedroom down here. Okay. Now, what I was explaining to you guys, this is the hallway I'm talking about. See this right here? Here's the stairwell that she would have taken down to get to Bethany's bedroom. So she's in her room. All this goes on, and you see how her room is almost diagonal from the stairwell here. She comes out of the room and goes past here. Now, mind you, this is what my issue is with what I was explaining to you guys. Based on what that Hippler's document reads, Dan is in here on the floor. Her head's up here somewhere. Her feet are this way, towards the door, right? So you have this hallway here that you have to, as you're glancing, and again, I know a couple people are saying they think it was light on there, but from what I understood, the only light that was on was that good vibe sign. That's what we were told that somewhere before. Am I wrong about that, Eddie, or am I right?
About a light being on?
The only light that was on was the good vibes sign that's literally like right here, okay, on that same wall right there that the hallway's next to. And then something about the other lights that were out on the like the Twinkie light, Christmas lights, whatever the hell they were out here on the whatever it is.
In the back of the house, the patio.
Yeah, those were the only lights that were on in the house. Is what I remember hearing in the beginning of the case. That was it. There was no other lights on, from my understanding. If I'm wrong, I want to know.
Well, I would say it's just our speculation. There's no way to know or not know.
I swear to God, I remember hearing somewhere else that it was the patio lights and the good vibes sign were the only lights that were on. If I like I said, if that's wrong, then okay, that's good.
Well, let's go with it, but it would just be hearsay. If you heard it, it would be from someone, you know.
Okay, and I can't remember. That's the thing. I can't remember if it was hearsay or if it was out of a document somewhere. I don't remember it being in a document, but there's so much shit that we've heard, so it's probably I might be wrong. But anyway, let's just go with the fact that the good vibe sign, because it was always on, it never was turned off, from my understanding, and it's going to give some light right there in that vicinity there. In fact, in my opinion, it was to the left of her as she's going past the hallway to get to the stairs to go downstairs, right? It was a pretty bright light. So in my opinion, if you're glancing to that direction, it's going to kind of maybe glare in your face a little bit, I would think, especially at night. I'll just say that. But still, to look down this lengthy hallway here, I mean, from this point right here, clear down there, that's at least 12 feet, I would say, if not a little bit more. And I don't know that she was laying right by the door or she was in the room more. But her head was facing this wall. Okay, and this is where, for those of you that aren't familiar, this wall right here, all the way down here, that foundation is where the blood was dripping. So I had to venture to think that she was probably closer to the wall than further from the wall for that blood to be dripping like it was. Unless the house is on a good lean. I know it's on a little bit of a tilt, but anyway. And with her being there, I had to figure maybe Ethan was up over here because nobody really said they saw him right out of the gate. So I don't know. Anyway, running past this, running, not walking slowly, based on what we're told, to glance to the left real quick. That light's right here, and look all the way down there to be able to see and tell if it's somebody specific. Granted, you could see that it's somebody, but to know exactly who it was is what my issue was. Thinking that the room was maybe dark because they were in bed, or supposed to be, I guess, or maybe not at all. I'm just guessing at this point that that's what I believe it was. So I could be completely wrong, and there were lights on. There's a bathroom right here, and typically people leave their bathroom light on at night. You know what I mean? So that could have been that light was on. But see, I still would think with that light shining that you still couldn't clearly see if it's dark in the room, especially if she's wearing all black. If she still had the dress and shit on that she had on that night, which was an all black dress, that you could tell for sure it's her. That's my biggest issue with that whole statement that I can't seem to get around. Does that make any sense to what I'm saying? The opposite wall covered in string lights. Which opposite which one, Heather? Over here? And still that doesn't light up down here. You see what I'm saying? There would have to be a light in here, and I would imagine Xana's face would have to be visible to clearly tell it's her. That's all I'm saying. Or maybe that's why Bethany said that Xana was wearing it, because Bethany saw her that night at the frat house wearing a black dress. Yes, that's exactly why she said it, Candy. And maybe it was just an assumption because it was Xana's room. Okay. That's the only thing I think it could be, Moonlit, is an assumption, because I can't see how you could clearly identify that as being her until they go in and verify that it's her. But that's not how she explained it. She explained it as that she saw that way before that happened. That's why I'm asking you. The whole reason for this whole conversation about this is because it made me wonder if it was the whole statement was completely and totally, is it proof that the statement was pre-manufactured? Okay. The video of them pretending to be each other, the roommate video. Right. I just don't know exactly where you mean, Heather. Like this back wall here that had the twinkle lights or whatever, the Christmas lights on it. I know what you're talking about. Exactly. Right there. That's what I think happened, Candy. That's why I'm saying this. That's why I think she knew that it was her, because she walked in there and saw her. Maybe even leaned down, touched her. And then she lied about it. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make with this. I don't believe she ran by. I don't believe that she had no idea. I don't believe she glanced and saw her. I believe she went in that room and maybe yelled out to her as she was coming out of there. She didn't respond, and she walks in and she saw her. Why she wouldn't tell the truth on that, I have no idea. But the statement is manufactured as far as I'm concerned. And if she walked in the room, and you got to agree with this, Eddie. If she walked in the room and walked up on Xana, maybe lightly touched her, you're gonna see the blood, right or wrong. You're gonna see the damage that was done, in my opinion, right or wrong. In turn, the outcome to that situation is you know exactly what happened to her. Maybe not who, or but you know that she's dead at that point. You also know she's been stabbed to death. There's blood everywhere. And you're still not telling that on the 911 call. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Or am I just rambling at this point? Or am I rambling and it makes sense? Or I'm rambling and it doesn't make sense?
I think it makes sense.
A, B, C, or D, guys. Either way, these are the little things, if you haven't noticed, bug the shit out of me, Eddie. And I can't get past them, because I think the little things are very important in the big things. Okay. I don't mean to ramble. I don't mean to like drag it on, but if that's the case, and this is what I've thought since I heard that whole call and everything else. Well, thank you, Moonlit. It tells me more about the call, as where we're all believing that that's all kind of manufactured, the whole situation that they put out there. I personally think, this is my opinion again, if this happened this way at all, that, the whole thing with her and Bethany, that she got up, walked out, looked over in the room, and maybe saw somebody on the ground and said, Xana, is that you? Xana. She didn't move. She didn't answer. She just, oh my God. And she walks down there and sees her in the mess that she's in, and like touched her or something, maybe. Xana, what's the matter? What's the matter? And saw what everything possibly happened. And off she goes running down the stairs then. And either she told Bethany or she didn't tell her. And then, from there forward, that's what I think may have truly happened, if any of that's true. That's just me again, guys, because it doesn't make any sense to me. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense that you ran flying past this. Mind you, she's got gazelle legs because she's so tall. So she ran right on past this and down these stairs and just glanced and saw Xana laying there passed out on the floor. Or their own words. Right. And they had 8 hours to get their story together. So that's the point that I'm trying to make with that whole thing, folks, because I don't believe it. I don't believe what she said. I don't believe what they said in Hitler's affidavit. I don't believe the 911 call. I don't believe any of this shit. I just don't at this point, okay? And I know I don't have to. It doesn't matter what I believe or don't believe, but that makes sense to me. No, the live's not over. Norma, why? Is it supposed to be? Did something happen? Are you guys still seeing and hearing me?
Yeah.
Mayor Francis, and why didn't they make sure she was okay, even if she had been drinking? Why didn't they make sure she was on her? See, and that's my part of my problem, Mayor Francis. That's why I think that may be what actually happened. Because anybody, friend, foe, or whatever, if you see somebody laying on the floor, you're gonna go check that person in some form or fashion, right or wrong. I mean, I would. I think most people would at least look at the situation out of curiosity and go, "What the hell's going on here?" That's why I feel the way I do about this, you guys. And I haven't been able to like let go of that since we heard that whole thing the other day. And if that's true, then everything that was talked about is completely been lied about. Which that's not a surprise, but
Yeah, pretty much this whole time I've been looking in these documents to see if they spoke about, did DM testify, and is there anything about lighting in the house? You got me kind of obsessing over that. So I've been scanning these documents while you've been talking.
I'm
See, I
sorry.
don't get quite caught up in like it doesn't make sense to me and it's bothering me. To me, as you know, I don't linger on that. None of it makes
Well,
sense because it's not true. It didn't happen that way.
no,
Yeah, I
I
know they're
get
going to
it.
be in the trial. They're going to, yep, Dylan's going to say, I was right here and the lighting was like this. And I mean, they're going to be doing that. I understand that, but I just don't know how it's going to look, how it's going to sound, how Anne is going to try to, cleverly get what she needs out of that,
That's kind of what I think she might do. That's why I did that like that because and it's my fault and I have to apologize. I'm very obsessive compulsive about certain things and I'm ADHD. My mind, I can't kind of like Sarge in a sense. I can't let certain things go and these little details that are put in these documents that are basically all lies makes me wonder about other things within there that are lies possibly. You see what I'm saying?
Like I said moments ago, yeah, one lie is enough to question all truths.
Right. And that's where my problem lies with this whole thing. And I just everything now I question. And I'm sitting here trying to reenact this in my mind how this all went down the other day and it just keeps coming back to I even talked to my wife and I said if this were you and you did this whole thing, we went through the whole thing and I said, "What do you think?" She went, that's when I started to question it. She's like, she glanced, it said, and I said, "Yeah." She goes, "What do you think?" That I said, a glance to me is looking over and off you keep going on your path. That's not a stop staring and then that's not a glance. And again, it almost sounds like Eddie. Remember when we hear them talk about they come up the stairs and they all briefly get a glimpse of Xana again. It's almost like they're trying to shirk away from it. Like they didn't really see it. And I can't imagine just glimpsing and running away. That's what I'm saying. Like, why would you just not say if you did? We absolutely walked in there, we saw her, this, that, and everything else, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Unless there's something that would make you not be able to say that. That's all I'm trying to get at.
You can tell that they saw more than what they're
Way
leading
more.
on.
Yes. That's
Yeah,
my whole point.
their eyes saw way more than what they wanted to see.
That's my whole point.
And they're playing like they didn't see anything.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to point out, guys. Because one, we're already being lied to. So then in turn, now we're given this other scenario that is still a lie. It's just not as bad. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous to me, but I know I'm rambling about this one specific situation, but I can't let go of it because I'm trying to make myself understand it, I guess, which that's never going to happen, but just saying. She was actually on the bed at first because the blood ran down the outside. Well, here's the thing, you guys. That's what I was pointing out. This wall right here is where that happened. The bottom here, the foundation, that's where this is right here. Wait a minute. Or is it the backside back here? Do you remember, Eddie, in the photographs of the house, the blood that's on the foundation? Is it on the back right here towards the backyard, or is it on the side of the house right here?
That's a good question. I think there's an inside corner.
Yeah, it's like where this corner is right here, where it like kind of meets like this. Chris is saying it's the bed.
The gas lines kind of wrap around that side of the house. It goes by the kitchen.
Oh, you know what?
Because the kitchen is like a bump out, doesn't it? Kind of.
Yeah. There's a real easy way to answer that. Hold on, I know what it is. I don't know why I'm asking you guys when all I can do is I just pull up the damn picture of the house real fast. You can see it clearly, clear as day. Hold on, where'd that photo go? I just had it up there too. I think this is it right here. Hold on.
Yeah, if you're on the back patio, there would be like an inside corner, I guess. Or not sure if it's the inside corner, but you'd have to be standing by the back patio, I think, if memory serves.
Give me 1 second here. I think this is it here. Yep, hold on a minute. This is a good picture, I think. Okay, it's right here. So right here, this wall right here where my cursor is, that's where her bed was, right against that wall. And the blood's right there. So I'm going to guess that that's probably where Ethan may have been, was all in that bed. Because it was all right there and the bed's right on that wall. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, I'd describe that as that inside corner. Yeah.
Right, that inside corner, because that's the kitchen right there. And then that's so that makes sense. All right. So it was right there. That's the bed. Bingo. Okay. Anyway, that's answered. Okay. Anyway, back to where we were. Oh, it was blood, Alicia. They had said during, I can't remember, they did a interview with a blood pathologist and somebody else, and they said that it was actually blood. That there was so much blood that it got into the floor here. I think the house is on a bit of a lean, as how it was explained at one point. And then it rolled down into the crack of this between the wall, and it seeped down into the foundation here. But it was actually blood. Because at first I thought it was paint, and then I thought maybe rust, and they said it was actual blood. So I'll find it for you, make it easier on you. I'll go back and find it. It was an interview with a pathologist, a blood pathologist, and somebody else. I can't remember. But yeah, because I was like, wow, that's crazy that it can do that. You know what I mean? And because of the where the hell was it? This right here, was, if I remember right, the original part of the house down here. This was the add-on, and when they put it together, it's just kind of like nailed together per se, and the walls. It's a really shittily built house, I guess. And there's like there were cracks in the walls and between the floorboard and the wall and stuff like that, and it just went, you know. But it was definitely blood. I didn't think it was for the longest time until that interview, and I was like, ugh. And there was somebody else I think that claimed that it was too. But the one video I will find for you at some point and show it to you, whether here, not tonight, but Discord maybe or something like that. Anyway,
Gosh, this is bothering me. I'm looking at the back slider and I'm recalling that SG interview where you just go right up to the slider and you push it like towards more tightly closed, and then they just come right open for you. That's how that works.
Yeah, right.
They all do that.
Did we hear that right, by the way, dude? That it wasn't, that door didn't lock, right?
Well, how would we know? We've never, that's never been.
That's what was stated, hearsay again, but I'm trying to remember because I swear I heard that somewhere.
No, I've never heard that, and
okay,
not until this interview. Well, it's just those chairs. I think what you're thinking of is that's how like things grow from just a rumor into like urban legend, right? Those chairs. So people are talking about, someone speculated that the chairs were put there because the door didn't lock. And
well, I remember, and maybe that's where I got it, an interview with Christy and Steve, where one of the two of them said that they always left their doors unlocked or something like that. That could be why I'm thinking that. I just remembered that just now.
But then, tie that in with, what, Jeff came over there to fix the locks, right? That's been put out there.
Yeah, Xana's door lock, right?
Like a bedroom or the house door? Was that ever?
It was her bedroom lock on her own personal bedroom door. Yeah.
Okay, he's there to fix a lock, and he goes there, and you got this. The house doesn't lock because people can just walk right in the slider because that doesn't lock. But he fixes the bedroom door lock. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
I know.
So, yeah, it's just whatever the story has to be. That's what it is. However we can find this Brian Koberger guy guilty, that's what we're gonna say.
See, Norma just said no. He fixed the lock on the front door because he said when he went out, he forgot the code and would have to walk back around the back slider to get in. Oh, that's right. Then where did I hear that it was the bedroom door, personal bedroom? See,
we hear so much.
This is what happens. That's crazy.
It's what happens.
Or no, he changed the lock. That's what it was. Yes. Changed a lot. That's right. Jen says she changed a lot, not a lock. But then Kara said that he fixed a lock on one of the doors somewhere too. So, and I heard it was the bedroom. See, this is what I'm talking about with this shit, you guys. It's insane.
Hey, that is the norm. That is the rule for this whole case. Exactly what that is.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I showed that interview not too long ago with him and Jasmine at the restaurant. They were doing that interview that Norma's talking about here. Was talking with him and he was laughing, saying that he forgot the code and he would have to keep going around to the slider door, right? And that's all that Jeff did not put out a whole lot of info. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant at this point, guys. I remember that.
It's all irrelevant. Yeah, when it comes down to it, it's all hearsay. Right. It's all irrelevant.
Right. Exactly. Either way. Yeah, she may have got it wrong. That's true, Candy. Either way.
Again, strip it all down to the bare metal. And what do we know about this case? if you want to be honest with yourself about what you can use as facts.
I'll tell you one thing I know. Nobody parachuted into that back deck there. No, no, no. Anyway, sorry. I had to make that.
Way too small of a landing platform. They would have had to land on the roof.
They'd have gotten stuck in the trees and everything. That was so ridiculous when I heard that. That made me about puke. That's when I stopped watching him altogether. But, yeah.
And again, I was just being sarcastic there.
Oh, I know. I was too.
Not everybody bats 1,000. Nobody's, batting. Nobody in this case bats 1,000.
Right, correct.
And sometimes people have an off day.
Sure. Guys, this has been an impossible case. And if you think about, if we go back to November 22 and start where we started, within, I don't know, Eddie, when did you get involved? Do you remember exactly, roughly?
Do I remember?
Like when you came aboard for the case? I remember roughly when you showed up here, but.
Yeah, right away. I was following it just almost immediately.
Okay. We were too. I think
figured out how to get up on panel. That took a while, but yeah, I was following it really close.
Okay.
We've seen a lot of content creators that have been established and are still here. We've seen a lot of content creators that we started with and are no longer here. And we've seen a lot of content creators come and go. And we've seen a lot of content creators that have started up.
Yep.
Because of this case, and are still, and some are no longer here, and some are still here. It's been wild.
It's been what is it, 2.5 years roughly? Okay. But it seems like it's been going on for like 5-6 years at this point. You know what I mean? It's been so much. I mean, there's been so much said, so much talked about, so much has changed. The very beginning, I remember going back into November of that year when I picked it up, I think the day after on the news. I was like, oh my God, and we started from that point. And just everything that has come and gone, happened, turned upside down, the tunnels, the stupid shit, the people. I mean, it's been so much to remember. And I honestly, I mean, I even had information in the other computer system I had that I lost over this, files and stuff that I had downloaded and all that. Notebooks, that crazy notebooks, nothing like you have, obviously. You're the best note taker on the planet. But so yeah, there's been a lot to this. So to remember little things like that, I guess it's not too much of a big deal to mess something up here and there.
I'll leave you guys with this before I jump down.
Yes, sir.
Here's a interesting bit of information. How many interviews, interrogations do you think that the prosecution has done with Brian Kohlberger? Like, put a numerical answer in chat if you want to. How many interviews do you think that there have been?
I mean, between the prosecutor and Brian?
Yeah, between detectives and Brian. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That we know of.
I'll be honest. I'll be just at an estimated. I'm gonna think not too many, to be honest with you, because I think that they didn't need to. 3 max.
Yeah,
and that's
I think you're right. I can list them.
Right.
So, okay, so we know of, supposedly there was a Brett Payne phone interview. Okay.
Yeah. Right.
It specifically says that it was by Brett Payne. The defense is in their motion to compel, their first supplemental request for discovery. It was May 4th. 23. They want this Brett Payne interrogation is what it says. So we have to believe that Brett Payne did a phone interview. There's number one. And then the second one is there is a in-person FBI interview. And we know that that one happened, and that was recorded. It was given over in discovery. It is audio visual 0123. Okay, that's the exhibit AV0123.
Right.
So there's two, and then the third one.
Hold on 1 second, bud. Guys, there's 121 people in here and 98 likes. Can we just hit that twice more to break this in the algorithm, please? Go ahead. Sorry, dude.
The third one would be there's a Detective Payne in-person interview at the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks. And that one probably was not recorded, the best I can determine.
I can agree.
And it's a good chance that Detective Gilbertson was present at that interview because Detective Payne testified that he believes Detective Gilbertson had a recording device in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like plausible deniability. Like I thought he was, I thought this thing was being recorded. It wasn't. Shucks.
Right. Right.
So there's three that we know of. And then there might be a fourth one because the state is claiming you guys are wrong. You're misremembering it. That Detective Payne phone interview, it was actually a phone interview with FBI agent Shirley. And he says to us that he didn't record it.
Yep.
So
that's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's like they're being lied to, gaslit, like, oh,
yeah,
that wasn't Payne on the phone with you. That was someone else.
Right. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. What a mess.
So yeah, well, thanks again, as always, for having me up. I really do enjoy.
It's always an honor. Always an honor. Just to let you know, the poll that we put up is Judge Hippler biased. There were three options here: yes, 70%; unsure, 18%; and no, 10%. So we missed a couple. We had 86 votes.
Yeah, that's
total.
Pretty telling.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, sir.
Well,
as always,
until the next big drama.
Well, we got 2 days for this hearing. It is the third now, so 2 days to this hearing, and I'm going to venture to say that would be Monday. So Tuesday and Fridays are typically the days that documents drop. So we'll see. We'll see if anything comes in documents after the hearing, about the hearing. So, and then we have May 15th coming up. That's the pretrial hearing. I will be live through that for the whole thing, beginning to end again. And yes, and
are you going to be tomorrow having any live stream?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow morning for of course, the morning show, and then we'll probably do something else because I still didn't get to hit on what I wanted to look into and review, and we'll do it. It's okay. There's plenty of stuff, plenty of time, and we'll do it again.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow then.
That sounds like a plan, bro. Appreciate you.
Thanks for joining us, everybody, and take care until we meet again.
Yes. Thank you so much, Eddie. Always appreciate you. There was one thing I was looking at earlier. I was just curious about you guys before I get out of here for the night. Somebody reminded me about this couple of days ago, and I just happened to look down at my notebook and was like, wait a minute, I forgot about that. I'm actually using my notebook from the notes that I keep. How about that one? You gotta love that. There were, let me see the date on this. Somebody said, go look at this, Dago. So I did. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bigger size wise. Or is it going to destroy it? Not really. Okay. Friday, January 6th of 23. I don't think I ever saw this. And it may not have anything to do with anything, but it is interesting to read. I did look into some other of these posts, and this is probably all rubbish, you guys. Truly. But I don't know. Hey, Cassie. I'm same way. Candy. I do my own. I call, like, there's shorthand and longhand and all that. I do Dago hand because I can't read half of what I write, but I wrote dates and times and things. But anyway, these were, if everybody remembers all the crazy, what's up, Cass? The crazy, I think it's at 11, Michelle, but it's a closed, sealed hearing, so we won't be able to watch that hearing. We're gonna have to wait and see what the documents give us after that, sadly. And then the 15th, that should be open. These were 4chan posts that were put out January 6th of 23. It's hard to see some of them, and I'm just curious. Oh, you're okay, Alicia. You're okay. Sorry. I'm just gonna read down through this real quick, okay? It says Jack S. 4chan post, IDAHO4 case. January 6th of 2023 at 2:43 a.m., I think. Okay. Anyway, it says, what quads, sir? I don't think I should say much else since y'all gave me a name and all. I thought maybe it was safe. I'm also a little loose. Bourbon. 411-08-463 is the person that's doing this. Okay. I'm just going to run through this, guys, because I'm curious as to what this is all about. And it says, man, F off. Those were my good friends, and I swear to God, if I had it to do over again, I'd go to that house to cuss them for ditching me, and then I'd have walked in before dude, and okay, yeah, so this is Jack Showalter, the one that walked them to the grub truck. And I'd have walked in before dude, and I'd have went ape shit on that PUSSY. But he ain't the PUSSY who done it. Again, this is Jack Showalter putting these in 4chan, okay? So he's right there claiming that he ain't the one who done it. And then the other person responds, if you mean the guy they saying done it was at the food truck, you're wrong. He couldn't have been because I was there. And also because I think the dude was doing a delivering job and they got him instead by accident, or maybe not by accident if he done it. if he done it. He had the help of a woman is all I'm going to say. Ain't no way it was done alone. And then it moves on to the next. That's what this was written in 4chan from Jack Showalter, yes. Murphy is my dude. Jack and Kaylee brung him out to the farm a couple times. I have healers, Australian Shepherds. Murphy is a pup. All he can do is bark. And that by the way, this next statement is true because his name is John Jack Showalter. That's his real name. It says, I really go by John, but I'd rather not say nothing with that name. Ain't nobody gonna think it's me anyway. Hell. And then again, from Anonymous, Friday, January 6th at 2:18 a.m. It says, I've watched long enough to see how this works now. It might get screenshot, but ain't nobody gonna care anyway. No one will probably believe it anyway, but that's fine by me. I was trying to look after the girls that night and was supposed to give them a ride home. They ditched me. Sorry, guys. It's kind of blurry and sorry. One more time. They ditched me and took off while I was talking to the bigger guy, which would be Joe, what's his name? Vito or whatever. The big dude. I can't remember his name. Yeah, I think it's Joe Vito. Anyway, while I was talking to that bigger guy at the food truck. Can't remember his name. Anyway, the guy told me the girls were leaving, and that's why I was like, WTF, because I was supposed to take them home. Man, if they had just let me take them home, they would fucking be alive. Do you guys understand? I didn't go to Boise or Africa because that was a big rumor in the beginning that he took off to Africa. Yeah, Joe Vito. Thank you, guys. And he's clearly stating that he didn't. And his friend came out and said he didn't too. But that was a big weird thing. Oh, he ran off to Africa. Whatever. Anyway. I didn't go to Boise or Africa. I went home and went to sleep. I was woke up on Sunday to phone calls telling me what the fuck happened. Shit kills me to know if they would have waited on me, they would probably be alive right now. I hate myself for it. So I got a couple things to say. Y'all are supposed to be smart. Please figure it out. I've had a couple to drink. Now listen to this right here. Ain't no way a K-bar could do what got done to my friends. More than one person, too. The law got this wrong. Now, this is a little strange, but the law got the wrong driver on purpose. Now, this was January of 23, you guys, okay? Think about this, what he's saying right here and what we know right now. The law got the wrong driver on purpose. And where you think a sheath like that come from? And then he says major pain. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna see if it rolls down. And underneath it says showtime. Now you can see it a little better. That statement by itself, ain't no way a K-bar could do what got done to my friends. More than one person, too. The law got the wrong driver on purpose. Where you think a sheath like that could come from? Major pain. I'll be damned, tomboy. I'll be damned. Anyway. And that's why we're doing this tonight, to leave you with this and see what you guys break out from this, okay? There might be another one too, so just give me a minute. And then, like I said, at the bottom of that, it says showtime. Okay, just making sure she hears me. Give me a second here. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see. One second. Okay. This is another one. Will this let me blow it up? Give me a second. Okay, maybe that'll work a little better. Actual, and this is again, this is somebody different. This is Monday, December 19th of 22. Actual insider in the sham investigation here. It is not a cold case. It is not an investigation at this point. It is a pretty much effed up, corrupt travesty of a negotiation at this point. Okay, here, this is kind of important, guys. Extra FBI presence and withholding of information is because of one of the perpetrators. One of the perpetrators. One of, not the perpetrator, one of, okay? And we know exactly who they are. Now, again, there's nothing proving that this is factual information, you guys. It's just something to remember. FBI president, we know exactly who they are. Is the son of a VIP, not an actual politician, but highly connected financially to powerful individuals. Enough that Quantico sent down extra fixers to try to sort this out. Family knows that he is toast and isn't getting out of this, but are frantically pulling every string they can to delay it, as if something will change. So far, that is working. There is only so long that the Washington is going to accept looking this clueless. 1 minute here. It won't let me move that. Okay. Other guilty parties are shielded because they are not okay with going down. The VIP Junior getting it. What the shit? Hold on, you guys. Sorry. Getting a ride. Where'd it go? VIP Junior getting a ride. There are actual agents feeding misinformation to these threads and on Twitter and Facebook. The juggler is just a whack job, but he has an effing handler now that he proved to be an effective distraction. No one here is happy with this situation. Feds and locals both. Someone is going to end up talking for real soon. The only real threat coming down is that if leaks blow it open and cause a shit show, justice will decline to prosecute based on tainted evidence. It is truly more effed up than even the craziest posters here realize. If you think I'm lying, save this post and remember it when the details do come out. My money is right. Wait, is on right after something. I heard you. All right, y'all. Now, these were put out in January and December of 22 and 23. Okay. And when everybody looked at this shit back then, they were like, what? I don't think that's true. Blah, 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 blah. Now, look at where we're at right now in 2025, May of 25. And at this point in this investigation, and think about what these are saying right now. Okay, so here's the timestamps, by the way. Olivia Goncalves revealed to Inside Edition that Goncalves, meaning Kaylee, Goncalves called Jack 7 times. Victim Madison Mogan also called Jack 3 times. That's 10. At 2:26 a.m., Kaylee starts to call Jack. Kaylee calls Jack 6 times between 2:26 and 2:44 a.m. From 2:44 to 2:52, Maddie calls Jack 3 times. Then Kaylee makes a final call to him at 2:52, and they are both never heard from again. Olivia told Inside Edition. So there's the times for the exact times for the calls. Okay. 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 Calm down, Tomboy. Now, anyway, this other post here. I can't read the rest of this up here. These are all. Oh, maybe I can. Let me see if it'll let me blow it up. Hold on. Probably not. Okay. Or wait. It is gonna do it again. Hold on. Early leaked Facebook conversation. Okay. Oh shit. Where'd it go? What is going on with this? Hold on a minute. Where is it going? Oh my god. No, don't do that. Don't do that. All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. Bear with me, you guys. What is this shit now? Come on. Bear with me. This thing's not loading right. Okay, so something threatened to tell, but that only one motive. Someone took the drugs, and Emma and her pimp Emma was main dealer. I guess she'll have to go listen. Everything Kim, Paula, and this Dave said, she true. He doesn't know. This is newer. I mean, not newer, but a lot about what happened with bodies or his not talking. Hannah was killed. She didn't commit suicide. She knew about the drugs and hazing deaths and wrote a letter to the governor and was even going to tell on her father because he is in on all the shit with OF and sugar daddies. OnlyFans. Okay. Oh, I remember this stuff. Okay. So he knew that they were going to kill Hannah. Kaylee found out about that because she was a big true crime buff and even found out about the human trafficking, and they were going to get a shakedown. What happened, but that's not the people that killed them. They came in after the people that gave them the. It cuts it off. See, that I don't know about that there. Okay. I don't know exactly where that's at or where it came from, but hang on a minute. I know who it is too, Norma. We looked at him early on in the investigation, but it just blew away. Okay. Hold on now. Is there a way to Okay, here's this. So yes, they did get into the fight and was only just something to tell, but that only one motive. Someone took some drugs, and Emma and her pimp Emma was the main dealer. I guess you'll have to live. Okay, that's the rest of that down there. What happened? They killed it, and they came in anyway. So I have a good night, Isabel. I'm gonna have to look more into this stuff at some point, you guys, because some of this stuff is interesting. Like I said, I wanted to go back and look at this stuff based on what we know now as compared to what we were told and what we knew then. Hey, Satirius, good to see you. I wish you'd have been here earlier. Now, the part of this that hits me the hardest, the most, is the stuff with the Jack Showalter put out there. There's a name, you guys. I'm gonna have to find the name that was given to me. I'm gonna say in January of that year. A very important name of somebody that's really big in this area, big time big. And I completely have lost his name now. The man is standing in the corner with a black jacket and hat. Are you talking about the picture we just had? Which one, Norma? Hang on. Kane Francis. No. I know who that is, Bill. How are you doing? That's not who we're talking about. There was somebody else. He was a big business person, and he has a junior to himself. Okay. You talking about this picture here? No, I know exactly who Kane is, Bill. That's not who I was referring to. I'm not 100% sure which picture you're talking about. For sure. Norma. Right there. That picture with that hat right there. My understanding was that's the bar owner. I remember everybody thought that was Chief Fry. But if this is who you're talking about, I was told that that's the guy that owns the bar right there. I was also told that this is Adam. Of course, we know that that's Jack. Decor over here. That's Maddie. That's Kaylee. This is Jack Showalter. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Not quite, Miss Heather. His name is my name, too. Yeah, that's the guy right there. That's the bar, the corner club owner. There's a lot of Jacobs. Anyway, maybe we'll get back to this and pull all of this up tomorrow again. Because these posts are real interesting to me. Where the picture of Matt, Kaylee, and Maddie is circled. Yeah, that's the bar one. So this guy right here, Norma, that is the bar owner right there. The guy with the hat and the black jacket on. Yeah. A whole bunch of people swore to God that was Chief Fry, and it's not. That's the bar owner. I can't think of his name right now. Yeah, I can't think of his name, but he owns the Corner Club bar. Yeah, a lot of people did. He's an older man. If you move the picture over, he's talking to two other men. Yeah, he's talking to um he's talking to Adam and Jack Showalter standing there too. That's the Adam that works at the bar as the bartender. that's sitting in the corner chair, and then he's talking to right. Hey, Tina, good to see you, dear. That's the pic. That's the one I was showing, Norma. Yeah, that's the bar owner. I can't remember his name. Rory used to have it because Rory went to the bar that one night and got kicked out of there. Anyway, and he was talking to Jack. Well, actually, he was talking to Adam, and Showalter was just kind of standing there, I think, listening. Great to have you here tonight, Tina. Thank you for joining us. I wish you'd had been able to be here sooner, but I don't know. But Bubblies has gotten him out, had gotten him out, and was saying something very important about him. I can't remember what. Okay, yeah, we'll be looking into some of that other stuff too. Just like I said, at the point that we're at in the case now, earlier, like 2 years ago, we looked at all this stuff and it really didn't mean much. Now things have changed, and now this stuff is starting to make some sense. Thinking about those 4chan posts that was from Jack Showalter, think about that now as compared to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when this all happened. At this point, I think it's all off track. Like, eliminate everything and start fresh. Exactly. With what we have now, information wise, Satiris. Basically, taking the information we know now and going back to the beginning and starting all over again and seeing how it fits in place now as compared to then. That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna have to get with the tomboy here and see if I can pull up all of these posts and relate them to today as compared to 2.5 years ago. That's my point there. But yeah, that's pretty interesting to me. The Showalter 4chan posts really are just like, wow. Wait a minute. Hold on, you guys. Why can't I mute? There we go. This was this other post I was looking at too. Hold on. All right. This one says, did the police have on their body cameras when they first entered the house? It really makes me consider info I was given early on that the two BKs worked undercover for the two departments. One BK did the work for his PhD voluntarily, the other one was paid. BK did show up at M&K's crime scene at some point. I'm certain of that. I'll just leave it at that. Cough, cough. But it also makes perfect sense why he looked that way in the evidence. Wait. In that the evidence, if he was innocent and thought he was there to do something else. Body cameras when they first entered the house makes me think it's possible. I don't know. Okay, so this is the other thing here. This is February of 24. It says he wasn't special forces. He was one of my best. Oh, see, this is that friend of his that put that out about Brent Kopaka. There's a bunch of these things. It would take us a little bit of time to truly jump into it. Okay. Anyway. Is that Reddit? No, that was 4chan posts again. 4chan is a part of Reddit, I believe, if I'm correct. Am I right about that? That it's like an extension of Reddit? These are all 4chan numbers. 22, 1743, November 4th. Oh, Monday, November 14th, 2022. Oh, wow. Why didn't you save her? POL. Hold on a minute. Damn it, stop doing that. Um, yeah, that's going to be a whole other show. It's going to take us some time to go through all that and look at that, but I definitely want to. I just want to see if it lines up with anything now as compared to 3 years ago. Okay. Oh, I will do that, Satirius, for sure. It'll be coming up soon, I promise. So, what do you guys think? Uh, kind of interesting, Eddie. I'll say that much. It could be moonlit. No, it's really not. 4chan is very dark. Very dark. Some of the things that were said were very disrespectful and just nasty about the victims. It was really hard to read. Sunday, February 18th of 24. He wasn't special forces. He was one of my best friends. During the time we served, we fell apart when we both got out because this guy became psychotic. I didn't hear from him for 4 years. And the day January 6th, insurrection popped off, he sent me videos of him running into the Capitol with this on the Signal app. Not sure he knew I had Signal, and it was just all very strange. Coincidentally, I tried reaching out to him a few months before any of this Idaho stuff happened because wanted to reconcile our friendship because at one point we were the best of friends, but he just became elusive and under the radar. We were going to meet up and I was going to bring my daughter, but an hour before that was to drive the hour to go see him. He had a psychotic breakdown. And when that my energy was off and wanted nothing to do with me, he apologized the next day. It was the last I ever heard from him. That's about Brent Kopaka, I'm guessing. I have absolutely zero doubt in my mind that he could have a something to know he died in a shootout, and police literally didn't surprise me in the very least. It sucks because this dude used to be a stand-up guy, was absolutely hilarious. I'll never forget him getting screamed at. Okay. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna have to find that stuff and do it in one specific show. You know, it's getting late too. I would be curious to see how any of this truly does. That was a good friend of Brent Kopaka, I'm guessing. That's what that was about. There's a bunch of these different things. Sorry, Tandy. I didn't mean to irritate you. If I did, my apologies. Um, yeah, they did. Whoever this guy was. Anyway, so we'll do a show on just that stuff. Read through all that and see what comes out of that. Like I said, how it lines up with if it does, um, at all. Hey, Melissa, good to see you tonight. It was quite interesting. Not gonna voice your okay. No worries. All right, guys. Well, let's see. We've been here 4.5 hours and it's late. Yeah, we're gonna do it for sure, Molly. Just because, like I said, it's been 2.5 to going on 3 years, and a lot of things have changed. And if we go back and look at old stuff in a new with new eyes and a new light, we can see what it comes to now. Is it past my bedtime, Sassy? It's 1:30. It is. Oh, it's all good, Satirius. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, we'll see what comes out of it at that point. So I said 4 hours and 24 minutes we've been here. So yeah. But by 4 hours, oh no, 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 no. I'm good. All right, guys. And Eddie, thank you, buddy, as always, for joining me. It was a great show. As always, I appreciate you very much, sir. Um, like I said, tomorrow I'll be here in the morning for the morning show. And we'll do another show. Well, tomorrow's Saturday, so I think tomorrow night we have our YouTube Mayor Francis. God bless. Have a great night. Tomorrow is weird, creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night where we take a little break from this stuff and stretch our eyeballs and stretch our minds a different direction. You're grateful to have you here, Satirius. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. You guys are amazing people. Guys, don't change a thing about yourselves. And please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. I'm sorry. I was trying to read chat and talk at the same time. Sorry about that, you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people. And don't forget, folks, if you don't trust yourself, who do you trust? You guys have a great night. Blue Crew, I will see you soon. Thank you for everything you do. Good night, everybody. God bless, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.
Sifting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Dago's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and loneliness, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Dago the genuine, will always give it his all. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim